Okay, good afternoon. Good afternoon. This is the June 12th and 13th meeting of the Oregon Water Resources Commission. We'll open the meeting now and we'll start with introductions. I'm going to begin with people online, please. We have a combination of staff and commissioners online and maybe some visitors, so I want to make sure we know who's online. For those of you who are unaware, we had some travel challenges with the fire in the gorge. So some staff and commissioners will be attending remotely today. So let's go with online introductions, please.
I'll go ahead and start. Julie Smitherman. I am Commissioner for the Southwest region.
Jan Lee. I'm Commissioner from the Northwest region.
Jan Newman. I'm Commissioner at large, West Side.
Joe Mall from the West Central region.
Chair Quims, members of the commission, Ivan Gall, Director for the Water Resources Department.
Chair Quims, members of the commission, my name is Adair Muth, Grants Manager.
Chair Quims, members of the commission, my name is Louisa Mariki, Grants Analyst.
One more, Bryn.
Oh, apologies. I didn't know we were all doing it. Chair Quims, members of the commission. My name is Bryn Hudson. I'm the legislative coordinator for the Water Resources Department.
So everybody online. That's everybody online.
Pardon me, one more online, Chair Quims. My name is Maggie Summer. I am the new Division Administrator with the Department for Planning, Collaboration, and Investment.
Thank you and welcome.
Thank you very much. Disappointed to have not been able to make it there today, but hope to get out and meet everyone soon. Thanks.
And Chair Quims, members of the commission, I'm also online. My name is Katie Ratcliffe. I'm the Water Rights Services Division Administrator.
Is that everybody okay? Then we'll go in with the room, please, and we'll start over here.
Mindy Lane.
Garrett Bryant. Regan Cordes.
Go to the back corner, please.
Jason Cox, Public Information Officer. Brian Anderson, Landfill Irrigation District Manager. Troy Baker, Water Resources Program Manager.
So for now, integrated water resources strategy session.
I'll show you Suits Award. Right, North Irrigation District.
Woody Wolf, East Region Commissioner.
Commissioner Quims, Chair, North Central Region.
Kathy Kahara, East Side at Large.
Okay, thank you, everyone. And I'll ask the people online to please try to make sure you speak clearly and loudly. Having a little bit of trouble hearing in here myself anyway. And we'll begin with agenda item A, the irrigation modernization funding recommendations.
Great, thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair Quims and members of the commission. I just want to confirm you can see the screen because it's always.
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. For the record, again, my name is Adair Muth. I'm the grants manager, and I'm very excited to introduce you today to Louisa Mariki, our new grants analyst. She will be presenting with me, and we are going to be presenting the irrigation modernization funding recommendations. So this effort is in support of recommended action 13.E of Oregon's integrated water resources strategy to invest in implementation of water resources projects. Within OWRD, this work is done within the Planning, Collaboration, and Investments Division, and we're so excited to welcome Maggie Summer as our new Division Administrator. In PCI, as we call it for short, we use numerous tools to build partnerships and incentivize Oregonians to pursue integrated and innovative solutions for complex water challenges and an uncertain water future. And one of the ways we do this is our strategic investments. Within the department, we have about 7 funding opportunities, and a number of them are organized in a way to build a trajectory of support so folks can understand the problems and identify the opportunities related to water in their area through place-based planning, then investigate the feasibility of pursuing different solutions through feasibility study grants, and then pursue funding to implement those solutions through water project grants and loans and irrigation modernization. This map shows the locations of all of the grants that Water Resources has funded from 2016 to 2024. The colors correspond to our different funding opportunities. And as you can see, we have funded projects throughout the state. As I mentioned earlier, we're here today to present the funding recommendations for irrigation modernization funding. So wanted to just review a brief history of this funding. So during the 2023 session, the Oregon legislature authorized $50 million in one-time funding for irrigation modernization projects. And really the intent of this funding was to provide state match funds to help Oregon access a significant amount of federal funds that were available for irrigation modernization. For efficiency and to get dollars out the door quickly, the department is using the structure of the existing water project grants and loans program with some minor adjustments. So as a reminder, irrigation modernization funding provides funding for water supply projects that improve water use efficiency of irrigation systems on currently irrigated agricultural lands, and that also provide public benefits in 3 public benefit categories: environmental, social, cultural, and economic. Just wanted to point out a couple of key differences between water project grants and loans and irrigation modernization. So water project grants and loans requires a 25% cost match of the grant amount. And this can be in-kind match or cash match, other state dollars, federal dollars, their own dollars. We're very flexible with what kind of match they provide. Irrigation modernization funds, however, require specific federal match in order to be eligible. So statute specifies that this federal match must be natural resources conservation funds associated with an authorized watershed plan, U.S. Bureau of Reclamation WaterSmart grant, or U.S. Environmental Protection Agency's grants that are eligible to be on the Department of Environmental Quality's intended use plan. And again, the reason for that specific requirement is because these dollars were intended to be state match for those federal dollars. Also per statute, there's some additional priority for those projects that legally protect a portion of the conserved water in stream commensurate with the amount that is required under the department's allocation of conserved water program. Nearly everything else between these 2 funding sources are the same, including how projects are scored and evaluated. That is by assessing their economic, environmental, and social cultural public benefits. So for efficiency, we are running water project grants and loans and irrigation modernization funding cycles concurrently. Historically, we've run water project grants and loans once per year. However, that changed this biennium, and we now run 2 funding cycles a year. However, due to insufficient funds, we didn't offer the first funding cycle of 2025. As you can see on the screen, we only have about $600,000 available in water project grants and loans. So we didn't offer that first funding cycle. We do have the funding cycle for the second half of the year is open right now, anticipating that we will hopefully get additional funds this legislative session. And those applications are due July 16th. So for irrigation modernization, we have about 20.5 million available of that 50 million allocation. And the commission, as you remember, awarded the first irrigation modernization funds in June 2024 and then additional funds in December 2024. I wanted to briefly just give you two updates regarding the unallocated amount, that 20.5 million, since we met in December. So first, at the December meeting, the commission awarded about 907,000 to the Klamath Irrigation District for their E3 urban canal piping project. And in January 2025, unfortunately, the district declined that award because their project proposal was denied funding by the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation for their required matching funds. The second update is that in January 2025, the Lone Pine Irrigation District requested additional funds for their irrigation modernization phase 2 project. They were a bit short. That project was awarded $775,000 by the commission last June. We evaluated the request, and in accordance with the delegation of authority that the commission granted us in December, we approved a one-time budget increase of $77,500, which is 10% of their initial grant award. So a brief overview of the application process. When we receive an application, OWRD reviews the application for eligibility and completeness. The applications that are found to be eligible and complete are then posted online for a 60-day public comment period. And we also send them to affected tribes to give tribes a chance for government-to-government consultation and provide us any feedback on those applications. After the comment and review period, our multi-agency technical review team evaluates the applications and meets to discuss the applications. We'll talk more about that review in a moment. The technical review team then comes up with a funding recommendation. That funding recommendation is then posted online for a second public comment period, and we reach out to the tribes again. Then we come to you all, here we are today, with those funding recommendations and any public and tribal comments received, and you all get to make the final decision on the funding awards. So diving into a little bit more detail about this specific funding cycle, applications were due January 15th. We received 4 applications requesting almost $16.2 million. And again, we have just under 20.5 to award. We then posted those 4 complete and eligible applications online for a 60-day public comment period from January 30th to March 31st. And we also reached out to tribes at this time. We did not receive any comments from the tribes or any public comment on the applications. The technical review team then met, and this team is composed of the 7 agencies on the left-hand side of the slide. Representatives from these agencies do a really deep dive into these applications, consult with experts in their agencies in order to evaluate and score the public benefits. When they're scoring the public benefits, they consider both the positive and negative impacts of a project. They consider the likelihood of achieving the claimed benefits. They are considering the changes on the ground that will result from the project. And they are looking for supporting evidence or documentation to ensure that this infusion of public dollars will result in public benefits. We wanted to share that we updated the scoring criteria document this round for both water project grants and loans and irrigation modernization. The document is the same for both programs. We made some updates based on lessons learned from previous funding cycles. We had been using this scoring scale for, I believe, 5 years now, so recognize some changes that could be made. So the column on the very left is the scoring scale, which ranges from exceptional to medium negative impact. And the middle column shows the numbers of the previous scoring scale, which ranged from 12 to -3. And then the column on the very right is any changes that we made to those numbers. So previously, an exceptional public benefit received a score of 12. That was reduced to 10. A high public benefit previously received a score of 6, and that was reduced to 5. The medium public benefit did not change. It was 3 and remains 3. And we did not change the numbers for the minor or no public benefit. A minor public benefit is 1 and no public benefit is 0. But previously, projects could receive a score of 1 or minor benefit without supporting evidence or documentation. The change we made, the updated scoring scale, requires that TRT members to assign a score of 0 if there is no supporting evidence or documentation to support the public benefit claim. And this is to ensure that we are funding projects that have public benefits and meet this minimum score. But recognizing that not as many projects will receive these, I'm going to call them random ones, we lowered the minimum score required for each public benefit category from 7 to 5. So it's harder to get a 1 now, but the minimum is 5 instead of 7. So a little bit more about scoring. This is an overview of the scoring. There are 3 public benefit categories, 6 questions in each public benefit category. Those questions are in statute. Now that the maximum score per category is 10, that means there's 60 points available in each category. The next row is the potential preference points. For both water project grants and loans and irrigation modernization, that's a total of 20 points, up to 10 for legally protecting stream flow, and up to 10 points for collaboration. And then the 10 potential points below that apply to only irrigation modernization. And those are the points I talked about a little bit earlier that are for legally protecting stream flow commensurate with the amount required in the allocation of conserved water statute. So for irrigation modernization, this results in a total of 210 points available. As we've discussed at previous meetings, it's not expected that any project would score 210 or probably even close to 210, because that would mean they had exceptional public benefits in all 18 public benefit categories. Having said that, it's very important that we ensure we are funding projects with public benefits in all 3 public benefit categories. So we set a minimum score of 5 in each category, which signals that the public benefits are more than minor, and each category must meet that minimum score. So with that, I am going to turn it over to Louisa, who will tell you more about this specific funding cycle. Thank you.
Thank you, Adair. Again, for the record, my name is Louisa Mariki. As Adair mentioned, applications are scored by a multi-agency technical review team. They put in a lot of time to review, research, and have conversations utilizing their expertise to rank the submitted proposals based on those public benefits in relation to the available funding. We are very grateful for this interagency support. The TRT recommends funding all 4 of the irrigation modernization projects. Here we can see the 4 projects recommended for funding, their requested grant amount, and the total being requested of that almost 20.5 available funding amount that we have to award. The projects are listed in order of how they were scored and ranked. And if approved by the commission, the department would immediately enter into grant agreements with the applicants. After the TRT finalized a funding recommendation, we posted the evaluation summaries, and a second public comment period was opened for 21 days from April 18th through May 9th. The department reached out to tribes again for comment on the funding recommendations, and no tribal comments were received. One public comment was received in support of the funding recommendations and on the program's required federal match eligibility criteria. Next, I'm going to go over the projects that were recommended for funding. As a reminder, the intent of the program is to fund the projects that achieve the greatest environmental, sociocultural, and economic public benefits. As a one-time injection of funds, we wanted to showcase specifically where irrigation modernization projects have been funded across the state so far. These are represented in green on the map, and the current 4 projects requesting funds are shown in yellow. Now to the 4 projects that are requesting funds. The highest ranked project by the TRT was the East Fork Piping Project, proposed by East Fork Irrigation District in Hood River County. They are proposing to replace 12 miles of leaking pipe and pipe 5 miles of open canal. This will eliminate 23 end spills, open water boxes, and add pressure reducing valves and turnouts for patrons. They are proposing to legally protect 75% of water in the East Fork Hood River through the OWRD's allocation of conserved water program. 25% of the conserved water would be used to improve water supply reliability for irrigators. At the bottom of the screen, we can see the breakdown of the score based on the 3 public benefit categories, the preference points, and the total score overall. The second highest ranked project was the Winter Flow Augmentation Project, Lateral 42, Segment 3, proposed by North Unit Irrigation District in Jefferson County. They are proposing to enclose a portion of Lateral 43, a 7.3-mile open porous irrigation canal, into leak-free HDPE pipe. This will restore 5.3 CFS into the Deschutes Basin during non-irrigation season and release the equivalent amount during the winter season into the upper Deschutes River below Wickiup Reservoir via a secondary use right for flow augmentation. The third project is the Klamath Irrigation District D System Lateral Project, proposed by Klamath Irrigation District in Klamath County. This project is proposing to replace 11.4 miles of open earthen channels with gravity-fed pipelines and line 1.1 miles of the district's D system. The project would save about 4,021 acre-feet of water per year, improve water delivery reliability, retain more water in Upper Klamath Lake later in the summer, reduce demand for supplemental inputs from the Lost River, and reduce pumping costs for adjacent districts given the decreased spill. Our final proposed project is from the East Side, is from Talent Irrigation District, and it's the East Side Canal Piping Project Phase 1. The project is proposing to convert the first 4,363 feet of open earthen East Side Canal into 72-inch diameter pipe, and the project would save 437.6 acre-feet per year of water, improve water delivery reliability, retain more water in Emigrant Lake, extending the district's irrigation season during drought, reduce operations and maintenance costs, and contribute 25% of water savings in stream in Emigrant Lake. The Commission shall make the final decision based on statute and rule, giving equal importance to each public benefit category, make awards based on greatest public benefit, that best achieve target outcomes, that is funding projects of diverse sizes, types, and geographic locations, and based on changes resulting from the project. The 3 alternatives that we'd like to present to you today are to adopt the TRT funding recommendation contained in Table 2 of the staff report to fund 4 applications for a total award of $16,191,372, to adopt a modified funding recommendation, or to direct the department to further evaluate the applications and return with a revised recommendation. The director recommends alternative 1. Thank you for your time. Adair and I are happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Do we have questions from commissioners? Any comments?
I would make a motion to.
Commissioner Lee?
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, I was going to make a motion, but maybe Woody would prefer to do that.
I make a motion to select alternative 1, the director's recommendation to adopt the funding recommendations contained in Table 2 of this report to fund 4 applications for a total award of $16,191,372.
And I'll second that, Woody.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Wolf, second by Commissioner Lee. Commissioner Newman, did you have? I can't hear you.
I have two general questions that don't affect the motion. So if we want to vote on that first.
Okay, yeah. Let's go ahead and do that. Commissioner Newman,
Yes.
Commissioner Lee.
Yes.
Commissioner Mall,
Yes.
Vice Chair Smitherman,
Yes.
Commissioner Kahara,
Yes.
Commissioner Wolf,
Yes.
and I also vote yes, so the motion passes. Thank you again for the staff report. And we'll get to Commissioner Newman's questions.
One is just, are we worried about other federal funds falling away? And if so, does that affect the statutory limitations of allowing these grants only for BOR, NCRS, et cetera? And then my other question is just what staff thought about the Freshwater Trust's comment that they consider a different, a more expansive interpretation of the match thresholds, which it sounds like you could do without a change in the statute.
Commissioner Newman, thank you for those questions. Yes, let me start with the federal funds. We have heard from some grantees that their federal match funds could be an issue, and we're working with individual grantees that have reached out to us to provide as much flexibility as we can, and we're working with them on a case-by-case basis. These are lottery revenue bond dollars, so we are supposed to spend them within 3 years, but there are extenuating circumstances with everything going on right now. So we will be working with our grantees, and I think we'll have a better idea of the extent of how federal funds are impacting our projects after our next progress reports are due. Progress reports are due for this fund every 6 months. So the last ones were received in January. The next ones are due in July. So I think we'll have a better sense of how this is impacting the program. But again, just to reiterate, we are working with our grantees to be as flexible as we can and may need to push timelines as they get their match in place. Regarding the Freshwater Trust comments about, sorry, I'm looking for my notes. I'm prepared with this one, but I want to make sure I don't misspeak. Regarding their comments about specifically the NRCS funds and our interpretation of the authorized watershed program and whether we can accept EQIP funds. I did speak to Ron Alvarado, Oregon's former state conservationist with NRCS, and he confirmed that language in statute, authorized watershed plans, really is specific to PL 566 funds and that program, and that those other plans that were referred to in the Freshwater Trust are not authorized watershed plans. So unfortunately, following statute, we are, it is those funds without a change in statute.
Great, thank you for your answers and thank you for your work on this.
Thank you. And Commissioner Newman, need to remember to lower your hand when you.
Yes, I will do that. Oops, I just did and it didn't go away. There we go.
Okay, I don't think we have any other more comments or questions. We do have one public comment, April Snell from Oregon Water Resources Congress.
Good afternoon, Chair Quims, members of the commission. For the record, April Snell, Executive Director with the Oregon Water Resources Congress, here to speak in support of the decision you just made to fund all of the 4 projects recommended for funding by the technical review team for the irrigation modernization funding. All 4 of those districts are members of OWRC, And listening to the discussion that you just had, I want to just add a few things. One, thank you for your careful consideration of funding not only these, but the previous projects that you funded under the IMF program, as well as the regular water project grants and loans program. We do anticipate that there will be ongoing and sustained need for funding to support these types of projects. In regards to federal funding, I agree with the comments that Adair made, and I do think that it's important that the department has the flexibility to be able to adjust when circumstances change. And the districts are in different phases of their funding needs. Some are still earlier in planning and exploring feasibility options versus others that are more in the implementation phase. And so since you guys now have place-based planning grants as well, we're hopeful that that will help support the efforts that are in the more preliminary stages. But for the districts who are further along and in the implementation phase, and as a reminder, the Irrigation Modernization Fund specifically applies for, it was designed for irrigation districts to be able to match federal funding through NRCS, Bureau of Reclamation, and EPA. Each of those programs have slightly different federal requirements, and when it comes to their status at the federal level, they're all a little bit different. So I say that because I don't want to paint a broad brush. I can't say everything will be fine and everything will go in smoothly, but I do think that Oregon is very well positioned to utilize not only the funding that has been authorized and awarded to district projects, but maybe hasn't been dispersed yet, as well as districts that will be applying for funding that we anticipate will be coming out this year and beyond. So again, all three programs are a little bit different, and there are some hiccups along the way, and we really appreciate particularly Adair working with the districts that have been working through that. But we do have some optimism about what's been proposed for the budget for NRCS in particular, and we do anticipate that because the districts in Oregon have a good track record of using the funds in a timely fashion, implementing them to do good projects, we as a state have a good story to tell, and I do think we'll continue to see those investments. So whether it's through the Irrigation Modernization Fund or the traditional water project grants and loans, I do think districts will continue to be using those to do good projects that not only benefit the farmers and ranchers they serve, but the communities and the environment we all share. So again, I really appreciate your guys' careful consideration over the years, and really appreciate Adair and her staff in continuing to allow this program to go forward and use the money we have when we have it. So thank you.
Thank you, April. Are there any questions or comments for April from the commission? Thank you. Adair, can you clarify on the 3 years to expend the funds? Is that from this award date then?
It's from the sale of the lottery revenue bonds. So 25 million was sold in 2024 and 25 million was sold this year in 2025.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, next we'll go to agenda item B, proposed rule OAR 690-601-0600.
Good afternoon, Chair Clumps, Vice Chair Smitherman, members of the commission. For the record, my name is Margo Mushkovskaya, and I am one of the department's rules coordinators and policy analysts. Presenting with me online is Adair Muth, the department's grants manager, to answer any questions you may have. And we are here to present the proposed rulemaking for OAR 690-601-0600 regarding the public notice for department-funded community engagement. This is an action item today. This presentation is broken up into 7 sections: an overview of the department's authority for this proposed rulemaking, the rulemaking history and engagement for Division 601, Section 0600, the sharing of the proposed rule language, a brief overview of implementation, and finally, I will present alternatives and the director's recommendations for the commission action taken today. So starting with ORS 541-551, this statute was passed into law in early 2021 with the purpose of increasing meaningful involvement of disproportionately impacted communities in water projects. This statute contains 3 main directives: the development of community engagement best practices for water projects, recognition of those best practices through rule, and finally, the use of those best practices by department-funded community engagement plans. These directives were implemented through rulemaking back during the March 2025 commission meeting. During that rulemaking process, the department received comment requesting that the public notice and comment period be explicitly included in rule language, and we agree with that comment. In response, the department drafted proposed rule OAR 690-601-0600 specifically on public notice. The exact proposed rule language that I will be sharing with you today was presented in front of the commission in March for adoption. However, because this exact rule number was not noticed, the department needed to conduct some housekeeping and file a notice of proposed rulemaking before the rule could become adopted. This slide here illustrates the notice and comment process for this single proposed rule. Notice was published April 1 of 2025, followed by a public hearing on April 15th. That was also the public comment period for this single proposed rule, and no comments were received during this period. If adopted today, this rule is anticipated to become effective by July 1 of 2025. This slide here shares the draft rule language for OAR 690-601-0600, which reads that the department shall denote applications with community engagement plan components for a water project during public notice processes for ORS 541-561 through 581 or ORS 541-651 through 696. The cited statutes refer to the feasibility study grants and water projects grants and loans programs only. The -0600 rule is intended to provide increased transparency that community engagement may be occurring and allow impacted communities to be involved in the early stages of a proposed project. This slide discusses that we do not anticipate any significant fiscal impact on the department as a result of implementing this rule. We also do not anticipate a significant fiscal impact on interested parties or small businesses. And additionally, no racial impacts are anticipated as a result of this rulemaking. This just provides a brief overview of implementation of feasibility study grants, which are referred to in the proposed rule. This grant evaluates the feasibility of water conservation, reuse, and storage projects. The grants program funding cycle will begin in fall of 2025, with applications being due the following spring. Adopting this rule today would allow us to include it in our guidance document development for this summer and be implemented starting in the funding cycle offered this fall. This slide illustrates the action alternatives. The commission may consider the following alternatives, including 1, to adopt the final proposed rule as presented in the staff report. Adoption of the final proposed rule as modified by the commission, or to not adopt the final proposed rule and request the department to further evaluate the issues. The director recommends adopting the final proposed rule, OAR 690, 601, 0600, as presented in the staff report. I'd now like to ask if there are any remaining questions about the rule before a motion is made, either to myself or Adair.
Commissioners online, any questions or comments?
I would make a motion to choose alternative 1. The director's recommendation that the commission adopt the final proposed rule is an attachment 3.
I second the motion.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Wolf, second by Commissioner Kahara. If I could see the commissioners online. Commissioner Mall,
Yes.
Commissioner Lee,
Yes.
Commissioner Newman,
Yes.
Vice Chair Smitherman,
Yes.
Commissioner Kahara,
Yes.
Commissioner Wolf,
Yes.
and I also vote yes, so the motion passes again. Thank you. Thank you
Thank
for the
you.
report. Okay, we'll move to agenda item C, the Integrated Water Resources Strategy, Draft 2, Public Review and Comment Update.
Ready to go here. So Chair Quims, members of the commission, for the record, my name is Crystal Grinnell. I'm the Integrated Water Resources Strategy Specialist. We will be having Chandra Ferrari from the governor's office, hopefully joining us. We are running a little early. So I hope that timing wise, we still will get her, unless Chandra, is there any chance that you are on right now? Mindy, do you see her yet? Okay, that is fine. We will see how this moves along, and I may just jump ahead to some other things too. So we're here to discuss the draft 2 public comment for the Integrated Water Resources Strategy. So we did have public comment for 30 days that was released in April and that closed in May. So the commission has received a compilation of all of the comments that we received. So today we'll be talking through just briefly the schedule on the remainder of the project. We will cover just some highlights on the draft 2 public comment. And then we will move on to discuss a little bit of information about the agency priorities. And that's where we'll hear from Chandra Ferrari on that. And then we'll just review some final steps on the IWRS and moving towards adoption. So reviewing schedule. So here we are in June at a Water Resources Commission meeting. This is our opportunity to discuss some public comments and hear about any last minute changes that the commission would like to see to the document. We will have the legislative session ending here at the end of the month. And so that will also be an important time to be able to incorporate some big things that may have come about during that session into the document as appropriate. And then in July, the integrated team, so we have a multi-agency staff team that is working on addressing public comment. We will continue to make those changes to the document and incorporate public comment throughout the summer. And we intend to get a final version to the commission in August for you to review. And that would be in time to review the document so that in September, when I return to the commission, we could consider adoption there for that final IWRS. So moving on to the public comment. So we did receive 20 sets of comments, and we heard from a variety of individuals, organizations, and tribes. So I'll show just a few slides here that shows who did provide comments. So we heard from 3 tribes. We also heard from a variety of organizations. And we also heard from a variety of individuals as well. So there were some common themes that we heard across the board there. So there were several folks that commented that the document they felt was comprehensive. There was also a common echo that funding is critical, and this is something we've heard throughout our entire updating process. We also did hear from folks that they appreciated the climate additions between drafts 1 and 2. We did add more climate information, and we also did add new information about climate mitigation as well. And then we also heard a pretty consistent number of comments around groundwater concerns, and those were both around water quality and water quantity. And then we also heard a lot about very specific topics. And so in some of these topics, we heard from more than one reviewer. So we did hear some things about domestic wells. Some reviewers were asking for locating and mapping exempt wells. And some other comments were referring to or recommending that there be a voluntary program to measure use on domestic wells. There were also many comments around water rights, and those really ranged from talking about better measurement or needing improved management, and then some reviewers just discussing the ineffectiveness of in-stream water rights. Some other topics that we heard a few different multiple commenters discuss or request actually that we add methane emission discussions from dams to the integrated water resources strategy. Currently, there are no discussions about methane emissions in the document. There was also some sentiment about right now we do have some separate actions in the document that talk about protecting in-stream water and groundwater dependent ecosystems. And there were some comments in there about really combining those because we should be thinking about groundwater and surface water as more connected and as one. And there were also several different types of comments about storage. So some comments about storage were really focused on natural versus built. And a lot of those revolving around doing that in the face of climate change. Some more specific comments that we heard, really regionally specific to the Siletz River, concern that industrial water demands are causing some low flows on the Siletz. An individual wanted to see more signs where water is unsafe. And there were also, from tribes specifically, a request that we discuss 6-PPDQ, which is a new chemical, well, it's not a new chemical, but it's newly identified as being very poisonous to aquatic species. And so there was a request that we add that to the document that hasn't been in there before. So now switching over to the types of comments. So the last round of comments I was just talking about were really more generally for the document. These comments that I'm going to go through here are really focused just on the priorities. And so as a reminder, the priorities that have been added to draft 2 were specifically an effort that was developed by the governor's office and leadership at several agencies to identify some priorities in implementing the integrated water resources strategy. So some comments we heard on the priorities related to support for the changes from the draft versions that were posted in the fall. So that's when the first time that the integrated water resources strategy team and the leadership from those agencies presented that in a public forum. And then we also heard from folks that they oppose the changes that have happened since then as well. We also did see that folks were acknowledging that their comments from the fall were addressed. We also heard that entities wanted more opportunities for input on these priorities. And we also heard that some folks see these priorities as lopsided towards in-stream and ecosystem needs. We also heard that there was support for addressing the Groundwater Quality Act. So that's currently in the priorities. There's a lot of emphasis really throughout these priorities in multiple agencies cooperating. And so we heard support for that. And we also heard some specific requests about adding folks to these. So currently these priorities are developed by the agencies, and we do list the specific agencies that would be cooperating on those priorities. We don't currently list multiple partners. So there was a request to add municipalities and counties as partners on those priorities. There was also an identification of some of these priorities needing to include other state agencies that were not of the main team that was at the table developing those. So Department of State Lands and the Parks and Recreation Department are 2 of those agencies. And we are currently in discussions with those agencies to see if they agree to be listed on those priorities. And finally, there was also a request that some funding acknowledgements be added to these priorities, specifically acknowledging if they are fully funded or partially funded or do not need new funding, just to help folks understand where the funding is at for some of these priorities. Still discussing some comments that we heard on priorities. We heard that there was a lack of using the terms in-stream and out-of-stream within the tasks of the priorities. We also heard some comments that were critical of measurable outcomes. So the priorities do include measurable outcomes to help with implementation, to track that. And we also heard an appreciation on the range of items that were discussed and covered in those priorities. So that was also a common theme where we heard just folks reiterating if they agreed with the priorities that were listed. All right, and just to wrap up that discussion on the how these all fit together here, we've got the June through July window where we're making those changes to the document. And then we also got in August when I mentioned that we would be giving the commission a final draft. And then in September, we would be targeting adoption. Just to kind of round out here where we're headed. I do want to let the commission know that just in terms of that workflow that I've just presented, the interagency team, since we're now currently working through all of the public comments, we have not had a chance to respond to all of those. And so that's something we're doing in tandem with finalizing the document. And so in August, when we would be presenting the commission with a final draft of the integrated water resources strategy, that's when we would also be providing a summary of how the agencies responded to all of those individual comments. All right, and I just learned that Chandra has joined us, which is great. We can move on to just a little bit of more of a focus on the priorities area. So I do have, great, there's Chandra. I do have a few slides for Chandra to go over here. And what we're going to cover is Chandra will discuss a little bit more of the context and process. in this new component that we're adding to the IWRS. And then at the very end of the presentation, we'll switch back to me and I will be discussing just a little bit of a little bit more detail on the priority areas as they relate to the Water Resources Department, specifically because you will be hearing from Laura Tesler next about the strategic plan. And we do have a very tight connection between the priority areas that are presented in the Integrated Water Resources Strategy and how we're pulling those into the Water Resources Department strategic plan. So I'll hand it over to Chandra to discuss the context and process for the agency priorities.
Thank you, Crystal. Good afternoon, commissioners, Chair Quimps, Vice Chair Smitherman, members of the commission. It's nice to see you all. For the record, again, my name is Chandra Ferrari. I am a Natural Resources Policy Advisor with Governor Kotek's office. And I'm here today in a very, very brief capacity to provide you some really quick background concerning the direction that the governor did provide to Director Gall on the Integrated Water Resources Strategy update earlier this year, or actually, no, it was last year, which helped inform the development of the most recent draft that is being discussed today. And then I understand that Crystal is going to walk you through, or may have already walked you through priority areas in detail. So before getting to the direction, I wanted to touch a bit on the reasons that prompted it. First, the governor has a particular interest in this update, not only because of the importance of this subject matter, but also because, of course, this is the only Integrated Water Resources Strategy update that occurs while she is in office. And thus it represents a really key opportunity to articulate the desired trajectory for water management in Oregon during her tenure. Another unique aspect to this update is that we have relatively new leadership at the helm of many of our agencies with water-related responsibilities. So beyond, of course, Director Gall, we saw new directors at ODFW and OWEB, and Oregon Department of Agriculture, and we are soon to have new leadership also at the Department of State Lands and ODF. So this is the first iteration of this strategy to be finalized under the leadership of these new directors, and we felt that the convergence of all of these new directors and incoming directors, existing directors, offered a significant opportunity to truly integrate our approach across different agencies to tackle water management challenges in our state. I will also note that it is a priority of this governor to improve agency accountability, and with that, customer service for all Oregonians. And to do that, you really need clarity regarding your objectives and guideposts that you're striving to meet, as well as metrics to assess how far we've come. And the Integrated Water Resources Strategy, while always a very useful long-term vision and comprehensive document, has been subject to criticism at times that it has lacked clearer priorities and objectives that can meaningfully guide water decisions, as well as clear priorities for implementing parties. So in other words, we have heard requests for the document to be improved to allow it to function more as an actionable plan. Related, the governor also received a letter from 4 water law experts last year suggesting that Oregon's water management system was at a tipping point, and emphasizing the need for decisive, targeted, and timely action as it relates to water management, which our office thought really underscored the need for a more concrete and action-oriented strategy. Next slide, please. So with all of these reasons in mind, the governor directed Director Gall last year to revise the state's Integrated Water Resources Strategy to ensure that when it was adopted, it would also identify a set of specific priorities, actions, and outcomes that were aimed at improving the state's ability and capacity to manage water that could best serve the needs of all Oregonians. And it could also serve as this more actionable policy roadmap for both Water Resources Department, but also other state agencies as it relates to their water work. So the global idea here is that we recognize that everything in the Integrated Water Resources Strategy has merit, it's extremely important, but the reality is that we often need to focus our work on a narrower subset of actions. And so it's really important that the strategy is clear about where this work should be focused to make the most meaningful progress towards the goals and outcomes over its 8-year cycle. And that for those actions that we have meaningful metrics included so that we can assess, if the actions that are being implemented are working as intended. So in a sense, we wanted this document to be a better bridge between kind of our global, bigger goals and objectives and the 2-year work plans that the agencies will be creating to implement. Additionally, Director Gall was directed from the governor to work really closely with the other natural resource agency directors to ensure that the revision work really reflected the governor's intention. And since we offered that direction, my understanding is that the agency directors have met multiple times and collaborated on these priority areas that Crystal will be discussing with you and that are reflected in the document that you have all before you today. And so it's really these 3 bucket areas that are the priority themes that were developed with these agency directors from those conversations and from which more measurable outcomes and actions are based. Next slide, please. So I'll note that we are thankfully weeks away from the end of the current legislative session where our agency budgets will be finalized and we will know the outcome of many policy bills. That said, I think we do know that there will be bills passed that could impact the water-related work of the Water Resources Department and other agencies. And so I think that the timeline you have here for the Integrated Water Resources Strategy works really well in that there will be an opportunity this summer to evaluate whether any modifications to what you see before you today are warranted kind of based on the legislative outcomes. And then I understand that that document will be coming back your way for adoption in early fall. We are certainly eager as an administration to see this document finalized so that it can guide the work of our agencies and the development of their biennial work plans and their strategic plans, and can hasten our work as an administration towards achieving improved management of our water resources in Oregon and for the benefit of all Oregonians. We very much appreciate the work of this commission, agency leadership, and certainly all the stakeholders that have participated and engaged so meaningfully in supporting the development of this plan. It's an extremely important document, and just like to encourage the forward momentum with its adoption. And with that, I can turn this back to Crystal or take any questions. And thank you again for letting me join you for a very brief period. And I hope you enjoyed your tour also. I'm very sad I missed that.
Thank you, Chandra. Thank you for the information. Are there any questions or comments to Chandra? Okay, Crystal, you want to
That's great.
continue?
Okay, thank you, Chandra, and we can cut you loose.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, thank you. All right, so just the remainder of so for the record, my name is Crystal Grinnell. For the remainder of the presentation, I'll just hit on a very high level of some of the priorities so that it can be fresh in your mind as we move into the next presentation, which is going to be on the strategic plan. So as a reminder, those 3 buckets that Chandra had referred to were the priority areas: acting, assisting, and adapting. So we've got a kind of a simple diagram here to show some of the concepts that are included underneath each one of those. So priority area 1 includes primarily policy, regulation, compliance, and protection actions. Priority area 2 includes a lot of ways to assist communities with adapting to a new climate future. So communication, data, a lot of data needs, planning and technical assistance are falling in that priority area. And then the final one being really incentives and technical assistance to make projects happen on the ground. So some of the tasks in priority area 1, just to make these a little bit more tangible, and many of these will be very much including Water Resources Department as well as other agencies. So modernizing Oregon's water laws, we've already seen some of that start to happen this legislative session. Modernizing permitting and reducing backlogs, updating Oregon's Groundwater Quality Act, and evaluating models to better fund our agency work. So still on priority area 1, some more tasks to highlight here. Gaining compliance has been a big one that we've had as a priority. Improving coordination with other agencies. So in some cases that requires an update of an MOU. Sometimes it requires a new one. And then there's also our state agency coordination plans that we have led by Department of Land Conservation and Development. That updating those has also been a significant need for many years now. We also have an interest in protecting cold water refugia and legal in-stream protections. So now moving on to priority area 2, some of the tasks that fall in that category include increasing communications and public awareness. So that's awareness regarding the severity of water challenges that we have, both quality, quantity, and ecosystem needs. Tasks regarding water availability, updating our water availability reporting system. So the department, that's one that's heavily in the department's court there, where we are currently updating the water availability database to basically provide more accurate information. And then groundwater, surface water, and water use data. That's a very large umbrella. So we do have a priority that's kind of a large umbrella for all of those needs. Very consistent call that we've seen in the IWRS for needing more data. Basin studies, assessments, and in-stream flow studies are also something that we are needing to prioritize. And then finally, the Oregon Water Data Portal and modernizing IT systems are also included in that priority area. So our second slide here, still on priority area 2, would include place-based and other water planning, technical assistance for public water systems, tasked to co-create ag water quality management area plans and total maximum daily load or TMDL plans, and providing technical assistance for land use planning. So now moving on to priority area 3. This is the priority area where we're adapting to doing more with less water. So tasks would include agricultural innovation, modernization, and conservation of water, infrastructure projects that include conservation and resilience, increased support for reuse, strategic funding for watershed restoration, in-stream flow restoration, protecting existing resources on agricultural lands, and protecting drinking water sources. So that was just a really high level to kind of prime everyone for moving on to strategic plan discussion that's coming next. But happy to take any questions from the department.
Okay, questions or comments from commissioners? Commissioner Newman? And Commissioner Lee after that, please.
Thank you, Crystal. I know how much work you've put into this, and it looks like the second draft has really responded to lots of the comments that we got on the first draft. So that's all good. There was one particular, and I trust the department to kind of dig into the specific comments and either respond to them or incorporate them. I'm not going to go through those myself. I mean, I went through them, but I'm not going to talk about them. One question I had though is the combined letter from Oregon Association of Nurseries, the Farm Bureau, and OWRC. It said their primary request is that the next IWRS update be developed with a work group of stakeholders and agency leaders, and also that the list of priority actions be informed by additional stakeholder feedback. I wasn't sure if they were talking about, the next update after this one or the next draft of this update, because it seems like that would throw a significant wrench or delay into the works if you're going to incorporate stakeholder, additional stakeholder activity or participation beyond comments at this stage. So I just wanted to say that. I think that as always with these things, that the devil's going to be in the details of not only translating to the strategic plan, but translating into the work plans for each 2-year period. And I guess the one other sort of general observation or question I have is, to the extent that you've done a lot of work identifying the agency priorities and the 3 priority areas, And now there's this whole batch of legislation. I mean, obviously, we don't know if what all is going to pass, but do you feel like that is easy to integrate and isn't going to take you off in some other direction that doesn't fit with these agency priorities?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Newman, Chair Quims, members of the commission. I'll start with the first question that you had there. So the comment that came from April Snell, I think she's here. So if there's a correction, please let me know, April. But it's my understanding that this is consistent with other comments that we have heard from those particular organizations. There was a desire to have the policy advisory group. So that was the policy advisory group was used to develop both the 2012 and the 2017 integrated water resources strategy. And so it was my assumption that the most recent comment on draft 2 was acknowledging that that would be the preferred method for the next update. So that would be happening in 8 years. So that was my assumption that applied. Is that correct? Okay, I'm getting a nod from April that that is correct. And then the second part of the comment there had to do with Commissioner Newman. Can you remind me
the legislative priorities? Yeah.
Oh, yes. Okay, so the legislative priorities. That piece. What was? I'm sorry. What was your specific question about the legislative?
Do you feel like that is going to be readily integrated into the current, priority areas of the plan?
Thank you. So the legislative priorities were, well, first of all, just the original priorities that were developed with the agency leadership, multi-agency leadership, were very much, they're very reflective actually of kind of what did show up in legislation. So I think there's a very clear alignment there. My assumption is that there will not be a large move or shift that will be needed at the end of the legislative session. It would be a matter of updating some language perhaps, or it would provide some clarity that's, maybe a small milestone had already been accomplished on one of those a lot of those priorities that are in the current draft are written in such a way that they are a multi-biennia effort. And so that's kind of what I'm referencing there, is that maybe a small piece of that task already has been broken off, and that would just help us to understand how to better create our work plan if one milestone had already been completed there. So I'm not seeing a huge shift that would need to happen. And that's also, I think, just to acknowledge the updates that would need to be made in the draft, as well as we're just finalizing that, right? We're just making small adjustments and addressing public comment. If there is a brand new program that comes out of the legislative session that it applies to an agency that has some narrative in the document, of course, that will be updated as well, right? We're going to want to capture those very new things, because this document will be around for 8 years. So
great, thank you.
Commissioner Lee, and then Vice Chair Smitherman, please.
Yes, thank you. I pretty much can support the document as written with a few minor changes, and appreciate all the work that's gone into it. I read the entire document and all the comments, and the other thing I might mention, going along with what Jan Newman said, was I think it is important to consider adding those legislative changes, and it sounds like that will be workable. So many of the bills that have been passed or in process are already reflected in the language, so that'll be easy to do. One of the things I really liked about the new formatting was Appendix E with the bullet points. So I hope we can keep that formatting. And I specifically like the comments of the Grand Ronde tribe suggesting development of a reporting dashboard so we can document progress over the document's implementation timeframe, showing the accomplishments, if this is something that the department can do in an affordable and supportive way. I do have some concerns with remarks about establishing a rack for the updated reports and the IWRS update. The natural resource agencies working on the IWRS are the RAC. And I think then the public comments can come after that process and would support something more of that nature. So those are my basic comments at this point, and look forward to seeing the revision.
Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Smitherman.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Crystal, for that report. And it's great to see that there have been a lot of the comments from our stakeholders included in this next draft, in this second draft. And I just want to say thank you to all the stakeholders that went through the document so thoroughly and made some really good points and recommendations. There have been some comments that I've noticed about out of stream uses and the need to incorporate more of a water supply, investing in water supply, and the need for infrastructure going forward, and with the changes that we're seeing in precipitation and also in snowpack. So I wasn't sure if those types of comments were going to be incorporated into this next draft. And with that, the comments that you had showed us on the slides were those, I believe those were a summary of the comments you received. Is the plan to go forward with actually implementing some of those changes and those comments into this next draft?
Thank you, Vice Chair Smitherman. The plan with the comments, so the items that I presented was really a highlight of what we were seeing in the comments. So just kind of factual, like this is what we heard. As far as the way that we're going to address those, we've got an interagency team communicating on that and determining if it's appropriate to add that comment, if more discussion is needed, or if we're going to not include that or make that adjustment. And so that's what you'll be seeing in August when we present a final draft. We'll also be presenting a summary of all those comments and how agencies responded, whether it was including or modifying language or something of that nature.
Okay, thank you. I do think it is important to make sure that we're looking at out of stream needs as well as it relates to drinking water, municipalities, utilities, water utilities. They talked about in some of the comments, including soil and water conservation districts in the process, DSL, and also the municipalities, not only municipalities, but water utilities, because they're sometimes not connected or together. They're separate. So I think it would be good to, in the future, include some of those agencies. And I know it's hard when everyone wants to be involved and you've got opinions from a lot of different directions. But I do think that the perspective from those stakeholders would be really important in the development and the next draft of the IWRS. So also I liked seeing new conservation approaches incorporated in it, and we've been talking more about reuse and recharge, our artificial recharge. So I think that those are good things to include in this new draft. And then I do have one question on priority area 1 that you were showing a slide of. There was one of the priorities was to gain compliance. Could you just elaborate a little bit on what gain compliance means?
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair Smitherman, Chair Quim. So the backstory with that particular task is that there was a very common sentiment that we were hearing that was as early as the engagement for the IWRS update, that folks were saying that we didn't need new laws, or acknowledging that there's water quality and water quantity issues. We don't need new laws to solve those. In some cases, we just need to enforce the existing laws that do exist. So that's what that is really addressing, is that we have some agencies with current authority that is not being exercised, that could result in improving our groundwater in, you know, surface water and quality and quantity and ecosystem needs, all of those things could be addressed with increased compliance. And so that task specifically is across multiple agencies, not just Water Resources Department, but in the priorities, we have multiple agencies identified for that particular task.
Okay, great. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Any other commissioners online have any comments, please? If not, I would add one on the comment about protect cold water refugia. I would like to see that framed as protect and expand cold water habitats. And I think that is it's more forward looking, and in order to meet some of the other goals of the IWRS, we need to expand those habitats, not just protect what exists, because it's very limiting for fish production. So that's one consideration I had for it. And then again, I want to thank you, Crystal, for your work. You've been responsive to a number of reviewers and comments. And as I said before, I know how challenging that is. And I think you're doing a great job, and this update is looking really great. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Shifting over
Okay, I think
presentation
so.
sound. Okay.
Thank you. So we do have one public comment on this agenda item, April Snell.
Really, just one comment? Okay.
I know.
For the record, again, April Snell, Executive Director with the Oregon Water Resources Congress. Thank you to Crystal and staff for their hard work on this updated draft. As was mentioned in the commissioner comments, OWRC submitted a letter along with Oregon Farm Bureau and the Association of Nurseries. And one of the comments that we made in there was requesting, as Crystal did accurately, summarize that in the future, having a policy advisory group or some similar type of stakeholder process would be very beneficial. And to clarify, and speaking just for myself and OWRC, having watched this IWRS process from the very beginning, I think one of the benefits of having some sort of stakeholder group, which to me is not a rulemaking process, that is something you guys can do. It's more of getting ideas from the broad set of interests, in-stream, out-of-stream, municipal, conservation, tribal, it's not just the solicitation of ideas, it's the process that allows for us to learn from one another and for interests to hear from other sectors that they don't necessarily engage with the hope that in that process and having discussion that we can better not only identify what our needs are, but also come up with solutions. And to me, that's the benefit of doing what can be, I know, a painful process, but it is something where I don't think you guys need legislation to direct you to do that, as there has been in the past. I think that's something that commission can consider, and I would encourage you to look ahead well in advance of the next update. And I'm not going to think about what year that will be, but please try and avoid that occurring during the full legislative session, as a number of us stakeholders are actively involved in that. And then I'll also add that the benefit of having some formal process for getting stakeholder input is we can also be helpful. There are many of us across the interest spectrum who actively advocate both at the state and the federal level, and you and the department are not able to do that in that same capacity. And I think that's one other huge critical element, is how do we fund all of these needs that we've identified through the IWRS, whether it's data, whether it's projects, in-stream, out-of-stream. And I think that's, again, where by having a stakeholder process we can come up with things where there's agreement and go out there and help make the case with legislators that this needs to be funded. So I know this has been an arduous process to get to where you are today, and there's still another draft to come, but I think in the interest of just seeing that one get wrapped up, I would like to look ahead to how we can have a more formalized process in the future. I am not completely comfortable with where the draft is today, but it is just a strategy for how we meet our needs, and we have a lot of them. So hopefully we can make some progress and again have a more involved process for the next update. So just wanted to make those remarks to clarify, and also do really appreciate the time that staff and all the stakeholders have put into reviewing and commenting on this document. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for April? Thank you, April. And we do have one online. Andrea Kreiner from the Oregon Association of Conservation Districts.
Yes, I apologize up front because I have laryngitis, so you may have to turn your volumes up. Good afternoon, Chair Quemps, Vice Chair Smitherman, and Commission members. My name is Andrea Kreiner, and I'm the Executive Director of the Oregon Association of Conservation Districts. OECD represents Oregon's 45 SWCDs, Soil and Water Conservation Districts, which are special districts governed by elected boards. SWCDs protect and enhance soil quality, water quality and quantity, and habitat by supporting voluntary conservation in partnership with private landowners and managers, as well as federal, state, and nonprofit partners. OECD is currently the managing partner of the Oregon Conservation Partnership, consisting of SWCDs, watershed councils, and land trusts. We formed this partnership to coordinate and support each other, since we all provide locally led, on-the-ground technical funding and other resources. OECD submitted written comments, so the key point I wanted to make today is regarding Appendix D. Our request is that SWCDs not be grouped generically in as local governments, but that we should be called out as SWCDs in the same manner that watershed councils, WCs, are under various items. Lumping SWCDs into local governments would be the same as lumping Water Watch or watershed councils into a generic nonprofits category. In our written comments, we have a list of the action items that we should be called out as partners. Because of my voice, I'll just say there are 29 of them. So OECD and SWCDs look forward to being a partner in implementing the IWRS, and thank you for the opportunity to comment today.
Thank you for your time and commenting and your persistence. Very admirable. Any comments or questions? Hopefully they're not long and contextual. Okay, thank you for your comments. Well, we are well ahead of schedule, and I think we'll go to agenda item D, the draft strategic plan discussion.
We've got one person MIA, so we're gonna go find them.
take a break to give somebody some time to.
Chair Quims, I apologize for the delay, but unfortunately, my cohort is not here right now. I don't know where they are. And here she is. This, is that right? And then this. Is that right? Then what? Is that right? Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Quims, Vice Chair Smitherman, and members of the commission. For the record, my name is Laura Tesler. I am the department's policy analyst. I am here today with online Director Gall and my colleague, Margot Mashkoviaskaya, to present the draft strategic diversity, equity, inclusion, and environmental justice plan. Moving. Here's our agenda for today. We will start with an overview of the strategic plan and some background. I'll walk through the priority areas and some future implementation. I'll go through some next steps, and then I'll end with some feedback and discussion. This outline illustrates the minimum components that must be included in the agency's strategic plan as defined by the Department of Administrative Services. Given these requirements, the department was encouraged to tailor the plan to our own business needs and the needs of the communities that we serve. Rather than two plans, the department has crafted a combined strategic and diversity, equity, inclusion, and environmental justice plan. By fully integrating DEIJ into the strategic plan, the agency can ensure the DEIJ values are not standalone initiatives, but are fundamental drivers of innovation and make a positive impact in our work every day and around the state. And at this point, I'd like to invite Director Gall to take you through the next few slides.
Excuse me, Chair Quims and members of the commission. For the record, Ivan Gall, Director for the Water Resources Department. I'll go ahead and navigate us through the next handful of slides here. What is strategic planning? As a little bit of background, this plan is an update, really essentially a new plan to supersede the existing strategic plan, which we operated under between 2019 and 2024. Because we didn't have a new director, we're about a year behind in getting this updated, but the timing is working out really well. As you can see, we'll be able to align the strategic plan with the integrated water resources strategy, and we'll be talking more about this. The proposed new plan will take us through the next 5 years. That alignment of timing, we've been working hard to coordinate that with the state's biennial cycle. This allows us to do better alignment with budgeting timelines and the legislative sessions. So if we feel we need updates to statutes or new legislative concepts to assist us in moving forward, we'll be able to work those into the timing of the system to get those things done. And it happens quickly. As we're wrapping up this legislative session here in the next couple of weeks, It's going to be next, late this fall and early next winter, where we'll be working on possible legislative concepts and policy option packages with the governor's office to see if we can move any of those forward there. The plan's going to outline our agency direction and priorities. It'll help identify benchmarks and criteria that we'll use to monitor and demonstrate progress in achieving these priorities. The plan will end up being approved by me as the executive sponsor, but we're seeking input from you, other department leadership, our staff, and others. This plan is going to assist our leadership in making critical decisions on agency resource allocation. So we can't do everything, so we really have to prioritize projects that are going to help us reach identified goals and objectives. So next slide, please. Here on this particular slide, we can see how these items are linked. We refer to this as the golden thread. You can see the agency priorities there. We've got my priorities, input from the IWRS, the governor's office, tribes, and external parties. Moving us towards a strategic plan. We look at the mission of the agency, the vision, staff feedback in our DEI and environmental justice work there as well. Out of that comes work plans, our existing budget and changes to budgets in future biennia, key performance measures that we need to report to the legislature on. Looks like we're having a 13th one added, so we'll have a total of 13 KPMs in upcoming years. And then just our daily operations. We have to continue doing the work that we need to do, but we also need to make some significant shifts in modernization there. By tying the agency priorities, strategic planning efforts, and the portfolio together, we are ensuring that we have a continuity between all aspects of our organization here. Next slide, please. So really here, I'm going to go ahead and take a segue to the strategic plan priority areas. Next slide. So these are the 4 strategic plan priority areas that we have outlined so far. You just recently heard from Crystal about priority areas 1, 2, and 3. These are being taken with some minor adaptation from the Integrated Water Resources Strategy. In the strategic plan, these priorities are going to be used to align to meet the department's authority and our capacity. The first 3 priorities of the strategic plan are, again, acting with urgency. So here we're talking about preventing things from getting worse, trying to protect water quantity and quality and our ecosystem needs. Priority area 2 is assisting community preparedness efforts. So helping communities and our ecosystems prepare and adapt to water and climate change. And priority area 3 is adapt to doing more with less water. So increasing the pace and scale of multi-benefit solutions for people and ecosystems as our water resources become increasingly scarce in some of our basins out there. So priority area 4 is the new one that's new to us today here. It's going to focus internally on key outcomes and tasks to strengthen our core agency operations, help us enhance external engagement and customer service, modernize our department technology and processes, and then foster a forward-thinking and resilient and an adaptive workforce to help us get all of these important jobs and tasks done. The remainder of this presentation is really going to focus on priority area 4, this internal engagement process and development of key outcomes for this area, and also on our diversity, equity, and inclusion engagement and planning process there. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Margot and Laura and let them take it from here.
Thank you, Director Gall. Chair Klemps, Vice Chair Smitherman, members of the commission. For the record, my name is Margot Mushkovskaya, and today I will be walking you through our internal strategic plan engagement process which was initiated 2 years ago, our approach to integrating diversity, equity, inclusion, and environmental justice into the department's strategic planning. The common themes uncovered during internal engagement, and I'll share with you our draft equity statement. Starting in 2023, the department began conducting an annual Gallup survey to evaluate staff experience. Although not directly a part of the strategic planning engagement process, the information gleaned from the survey results was used to develop our engagement plan and inform our drafting process. From March to April of 2025, the department conducted 20 regional, sectional, and divisional workshops, which included visiting with all 6 regional offices in person. Each workshop was followed up with an anonymous questionnaire to engage with staff through a variety of different approaches. Additionally, the department's DEI team began engaging with the strategic planning process in 2023 and participated heavily in several workshops and surveys. And finally, our leadership has been engaged throughout this process, and that has consisted of regular informational meetings and workshops. To this point, we have engaged with over 94% of our workforce, for which we are very proud of. This engagement effort resulted in the collection of over 880 unique data points. We intend to continue internal engagement with staff and leadership through the completion of the strategic plan development process and beyond. Our collective engagement with our workforce and DEI team made clear that DEIJ is a foundational element of our everyday work and the staff experience. Throughout engagement, staff, leadership, and the DEI team echoed the existence of environmental, structural, and systemic inequities, identifying DEIJ-related barriers, gaps, and opportunities, both internally within the staff experience and externally in our services and policies. The most common themes that arose out of our internal engagement process included governance, which encompasses statutes, regulations, and policy. A common narrative on this subject was that many water management laws were inherently inequitable, and that there's a shared desire to formally bake equity considerations into the governance process that is within our control. Workforce development and staff experience was another common theme. Feedback here included discussion on opportunities within recruitment, onboarding, and professional growth. Up next was IT. This theme captured the majority of the feedback that we received and included a strong desire for modernization of IT infrastructure and need for increasing public accessibility of our data and website to meet current needs and public expectations. The discussion on operational efficiency and resource allocation focused on leveraging the resources we have equitably and in alignment with the needs of the department and those we serve. And finally, internal and external communication, which focused on improving communication pathways in alignment with the needs of our staff and those we serve. With this in mind, DEIJ considerations have been integrated both directly and indirectly into priority areas, shaping our SAW outcomes, tasks, and future milestones that will be discussed later in this presentation. Finally, I will be sharing with you all our draft equity statement. Drafting an equity statement was a requirement by DAS, which we took very seriously. The aforementioned internal engagement efforts, themes, and leadership input has shaped the language of our draft equity statement, which you see shown here now. The equity statement reads, water is a shared, vital, and finite resource. The Oregon Water Resources Department strives for meaningful engagement, transparent decision-making, and accessible services for those we serve. Together, we will build a resilient and equitable water future for this generation and the many to come. I'll now be handing the mic back over to Laura, who will take you through the priority areas and further discuss IWRS and strategic plan alignment.
Thank you. With the feedback we received, we are taking staff insights to impact through the development and implementation of forward-looking, actionable outcomes, tasks, and future milestones. The following slides illustrate the priority 4 dashboards, which will be our mission control for advancing and monitoring our stated objectives. The priority 4 area reflects department needs in our strategic direction. In the analysis of the input received from staff, leadership, and the DEI team, the 6 themes that Margot has highlighted has been funneled into these 4 outcomes that fit the internal operational needs. The themes directly inform the development of the outcomes, tasks, and future milestones for this priority area. Let's step through each one. Priority area 1, modernizing information and technology, or IT, is paramount to the department's internal operations and external service delivery goals. Investment in IT resources were recurring themes throughout strategic planning engagement. Specifically, of the feedback that we heard, 40% of the total feedback could be categorized into this priority area alone. This feedback highlights the critical need to align agency IT and department investments with ongoing and evolving responsibilities and increased service expectations and demands. Staff and leadership express strong desire for specific updates and modernization to various IT services, from database redesign to hardware replacement and enabling in-house application development capability. Developing standard operating procedures and agency workflows standardize and record how work is prioritized, initiated, processed, implemented, and reviewed. Standardized operating procedures also direct how and why decisions are made. Updating department SOPs will increase staff efficiency, improve engagement, clarify roles, reduce redundancy, and will help optimize resource allocation. We heard from staff and leadership express the importance of acknowledged transfer as retirements occur and as new staff are hired. Instilling standard operating procedures greatly assists this process. Having established and documented workflows streamlines systems operations, improves accountability, and reduces administrative burden. It also helps staff understand how other divisions function in the department, increasing overall systems knowledge, which improves customer service. External engagement and clear communication help the department fulfill its responsibilities and deliver equitable and accessible services. The department engages with a diverse array of external groups, including state and federal agencies, in-stream and out-of-stream users, tribes, local governments, industry representatives, advocacy organizations, and community partners. By prioritizing meaningful engagement, the department aims to foster collaboration, improve equity, build trust, and enhance transparency and accessibility for all Oregon communities. Staff and leadership express the importance of engaging with tribes and supported proactively tailoring their approach thoughtfully and strategically to the unique needs of each community, and grounding that approach in diversity, equity, inclusion, and justice principles. There is a shared desire to enhance operational efficiency and strengthen interagency communication networks, efforts that will foster deeper relationships, increase transparency, and support more equitable and informed decision-making. Career development and career pathways planning supports workforce continuity and organizational resilience and adaptability. Well-structured career planning identifies key agency roles, anticipates future leadership and staffing needs, and develops internal talent pipelines to maintain retention, stability, and service. Staff and leadership express their desire to develop succession planning strategies that addresses key roles identified by divisions who face the most to lose from impending retirements. Many staff would like to have a better understanding of possible pathways to promotion in the department. This assists with retention levels as staff can position themselves and prepare for future leadership roles as they become available. Once completed, the strategic plan will serve as a bridge for the development of work plans that will be incorporated and implemented into our overall portfolio management schema. Work plans will be monitored through biennial reporting. The next slide shows this alignment with the IWRS reporting schedule. This slide illustrates the overall conceptual view of how the IWRS and the strategic plan would be aligned and how they would be incorporated into the department portfolio management. While the IWRS is set up on an 8-year plan framework and the strategic plan is on a 5-year framework, reporting will not be a problem, as all of the 3 IWRS outcomes and milestones will be captured in the biennial IWRS reporting. Priority 4 outcomes and milestones will be captured in the department biennial work plans, as seen on the bottom tier. These are our next steps until we return to you in September with a final plan. At this time, I would like to pose these questions to commission members. Specifically, does the draft plan address the key issues for the department? Is it clear how these priorities, outcomes, and tasks interact with one another? And what other concerns or questions might you have for us?
Thank you for the presentation. In response to the questions, we have some comments or questions. Vice Chair Smitherman.
Yeah, thank you so much for that report. I think that adding priority 4 is a really wonderful idea. Given the world we live in now, retention of employees is becoming even more difficult, and having career development and a lot of these internal changes can make a huge difference. And so I think that with the proposed changes for IT, the internal communications, the SOPs for different departments, I especially liked what you said about how the SOPs can help other areas of the department understand what people are doing potentially, and that can just increase the knowledge of the overall department and improve customer service in general. So I really think that these additions to the strategic plan are appropriate, and glad to see that they're here. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smitherman. Any other questions or comments online? Commissioner Newman.
Thank you. I agree. I think this is a really good framework and effort, and I like the way that you've taken the IWRS priorities and then added the internal implementation of that. I think there might even be an opportunity to stress even more that a lot of the IT stuff and knowledge transfer and succession planning is really critical to achieving, the first three priority areas from the IWRS. And I guess the only other comment I have here is that once again, it's kind of the next level down where the rubber really hits the road. When you start putting this into 2-year work plans, then we see the real translation to actual changes on the ground. So I'm excited to see that phase as well, but good job.
Thank you. Commissioner Kara?
Yeah, I was really excited to see that the DEI, environmental justice, was not only recognized, but integrated within all aspects of the plan. Because that usually is a standalone thing that gets ignored. And if it's in the everyday work stuff, it gets dealt with. And I think that will help all Oregonians feel like they're, that the water is theirs. It belongs to all Oregonians. And we need to be doing it, taking care of it in such a way that all Oregonians get the benefit. And by all Oregonians, that's not just the people, it's the birds, it's the fish, it's the insects, it's all of life. And we need, that's important. And I thank you for recognizing that and putting it through the entire plan. Thank you.
Chair Quemps, members of the commission, and Commissioner Kehara, thank you so much for saying that. I wanted to comment that has really been one of the a big driving force of this planning effort. And I really would like to acknowledge the efforts of my cohort, Margot, in that, because Margot has brought so much to this plan with her knowledge and her work with the DEI team. And it's really been a pleasure doing that and laminating those two plans together, because we really do believe that bringing those two plans together is the way forwards and the way to do that. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Lee, and then Director Gall, please.
Yes, I really like the way that it's been laid out, and especially section 4. That's very helpful. I also read the IT strategic plan that was part of the director's report. And I think that in combination with the overall plan would really serve the public well. The IT and the other tools for decision making are critical to every priority area. Partners and the public can't make decisions and function well without that data. So the key to the use of our tools, data that we would need to move from a complaint-driven system that we have now to a more proactive system based on measurement data and planning tools. That could be the outcome of this plan, and look forward to hearing more about that.
Chair Quemps, members of the commission, again, for the record, Ivan Gall, director for the agency. Just had a couple of quick comments. One is really to thank the team of Laura, Margot, Danielle, and working in coordination with Crystal there on the IWRS. They've done a really nice job of putting things together very quickly. We've really been moving this project along. They spent a lot of time traveling around the state to interview staff and meet with them, and I think brought back some really valuable feedback. I would note for you all that our executive team is getting together for a facilitated workshop next week to begin the tough work of prioritizing everything that we see in front of us today as well as doing the best we can to understand what's coming out of this legislative session. And there are a number of key pieces of legislation that are moving forward, specifically related to the agency here. And so we need to digest those and figure out which of those will result in necessary rulemakings. Those will have to be worked into our plan and prioritized, because there will be too many to do at one time. But I'm very excited to see the work that's been done through the legislative session this time around, as well as how the integrated water resources strategy and the strategic plan are really coming together. So by the September meeting, I think we'll have some more firm documents to present to you, and really look forward to seeing those move forward and the discussion around those. So thank you.
Thank you, Director Gall. Commissioner Mall.
Yeah, I echo everyone's sentiments about the integration and the timeliness of the work. I'm glad to see this moving forward. To your question, Laura, about concerns, there was a comment in the IWRS book from the Confederated Tribes of Umatilla that Anton penned, and it was a recognition that the unresolved protests in stream water rights was putting a chilling effect on things. And I think it's one really good example of how one set of gears in the massive amount of gears that the department has, when it gets gunked up, it brings many other things to a halt. And I'm curious, Laura and Margot, in your work, or others, Ivan, as you're going about this strategic plan development and you're getting more and more specific and thinking ahead, have you all been able to do any kind of sensitivity analysis of the places where sugar or mud's being thrown in the gears? Where are we most vulnerable? I agree with the comment that Anton wrote, that seems like a big vulnerability to some of these larger initiatives. And if you've done so, I'd love to hear what you see as some of those vulnerabilities. If you haven't, in the coming months, if you all could step back and do a bit of analysis like that, I think it would be very beneficial, so that we don't give ourselves things that when we try and monitor an outcomes, we realize, wow, we couldn't make progress on these because of this one thing that's holding us up.
Chair Quimps, Commissioner Mall, it's a great question. Happy to report that we actually had a meeting with ODFW earlier this week to strategize on dealing with the backlog of protested in-stream water rights. And so we're working on a plan to move those forward. And I guess just since the statistic is fresh in my brain, about 73% of the protested water right backlog are in-stream water rights. There are some of those, continue to date back to the early 1990s there. So that is very much on our radar screen, and very much something that I'm interested in getting resolved as efficiently as we can. Assuming the agency budget moves forward, and you'll be hearing about that a little bit later this afternoon from Bryn and Lisa. We do seem to have good support in the governor's recommended budget for funding to assist us with that contested case backlog. So that's really encouraging, and will allow us to start the biennium very assertively, trying to move some of those contested cases to hearing and try and get some resolution on those. With respect to, I think, a broader evaluation of potential weaknesses where mud can get flung in to some of the systems and gears. We haven't had the time to really engage on that yet. I think we've been looking more strategically at what are the priorities, and for those specific priorities, what are some of the risks that we see that are going to need to be dealt with to achieve those. But I do appreciate the question, and that gives me some consideration to think about as we move forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Director Gall. Any other comments? I had a question, clarification on reporting, please. Director Gall mentioned KPMs, which I assume are key performance measures. I'm curious how those will be modernized with the priorities that are developed, and then how are those different from the milestones that are planned to measure plan progress?
Chair Quim, some members of the commission. Yeah, our key performance measures are brought to the agency by the legislature. And so just in budget discussions earlier this week, there was talk of a 13th key performance measure that will look at the agency's processing time for temporary transfers. Those are transfers that provide a lot of flexibility for our water user community out there, including in-stream leases. And so we need to do a better job of reviewing those and processing them more quickly and efficiently to provide that flexibility to the water users and in-stream proponents out there. We can propose to the legislature modifications to those key KPMs or replacements of KPMs. Some of these KPMs date back a long time. One of them still deals with our significant point of diversion inventory that came out of a 2002 Water Resources Commission approach to measuring, asking for measuring devices to be installed on the larger points of diversion on stream systems that were important habitat for fish. We continue to work on that process. There were at the time over, I think, 2,000 points of diversion that needed to have measuring devices installed, and we have made good progress on that. But the work continues to need to be wrapped up there. Other KPMs don't necessarily measure, I would say, as accurately as I would like a lot of the work that we actually do. An example of that is this KPM that looks at the quantification of the number of state observation wells that we measure and monitor around the state. Going beyond a denoted state observation well, there are many other wells that we measure water levels in and monitor across the state, and that would be a more accurate reflection of the work that field staff and the groundwater section staff do. So there's a need to modernize some of these KPMs and probably a need to replace some of them. We did not have time this session to really prepare for that, given all the other water legislative concepts that were floating out there, but it is on our to-do list, and it will be part of the modernization process as we look to be more transparent with the work that we're doing, but also try and accurately portray for the public what we think is important there as well. Happy to take any questions on that.
Thank you, Director Gall. Not seeing any questions, so I think this concludes this agenda item. Thank you for your presentation and report. Very well done.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
We're approaching our scheduled break, so why don't we go ahead and break and then reconvene at 2:30, please? Okay, and we have a slight adjustment to the agenda this afternoon. We're going to go to item J first, the budget and legislative update.
All right, good afternoon. I just want to check, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. It's the going back and forth with Zoom to Teams. I never know if my microphone follows me. And then can we all see my screen?
You know what Dad puts on the turkey sandwiches?
No.
Avocado.
Avocado.
Screen. Can we all see my screen?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. Thank you. All right. So good afternoon, Chair Quemps, members of the commission. For the record, Bryn Hudson. I am our legislative coordinator. Thank you for allowing me to butt myself into the agenda and go a little early. Leg session is in full swing, despite the fact that we're kind of towards the end, but things are still a little, we've got a lot of moving pieces still. So I am here with Lisa Snyder today to give you all a bit of an update as to where we are at on the budget and legislative process and activities that we've been engaging in over in the Capitol. I will just note, as I previously mentioned, we are still, there's still quite a bit of moving pieces. So this is not a holistic and final update, but more so of just kind of a snapshot of where we're at this point in time. But as I mentioned, we are nearing the end of legislative session. We are not done yet, but we are nearing the end. So if you all remember, we started back in January on the 21st. And constitutionally, the legislature needs to conclude by the 29th of June. So we're just under 20 days away from that magic number that we are looking towards. The legislature has set a target date for conclusion for themselves of the 18th, which is next Wednesday. I will not pontificate to know all, but it does not seem like they are going to wrap by then. So we anticipate finishing up any time between that 18th date all the way to the 29th. They can work up to the 29th. They can gavel out in the middle of those dates. It will be basically however much work they're able to get done and if they're satisfied with the amount of work that they've been able to accomplish. So still moving pieces on that one. We are tracking a little under 400 bills. If you remember last time I was in front of you all, that number was upwards of 850. So we are tracking fewer bills, which is exciting. And these are not all bills that are water specific bills or WRD specific bills. Many of them are, but a lot of these bills also have to do with enterprise-wide things like rulemaking, employment, procurement, public records, changes to those laws, because we as an agency and as an enterprise are impacted by those changes. We do track those. But there are quite a bit of them. Just as I reported on last time I was here, it has continued to be a busy session for water, and water remains a very hot topic of conversation over in the building. Attachment 1 of the staff report provides an overview of about 100 of those 400 bills that we are still tracking. I'll highlight some of the water bills that we've seen recent movement on in a little bit. But that attachment has a bit more of a broader snapshot of bills that are technically still alive, meaning that they either moved out of their policy committees by those deadlines that they needed to do so, or that they are living in committees right now that don't abide by those deadlines, like the Joint Ways and Means committees or the Rules committees. So there still is quite a bit that can change. But attachment 1 will kind of give you a good overview of what the landscape is today. From our budget perspective, as a reminder, we had our public hearing back in February, and we just celebrated another exciting milestone this week, which is largely why the members of the Ledge team are not with you today in person. But the budget was passed out of the Joint Ways and Means Subcommittee on Tuesday, along with fee packages and a few other bills that I will highlight in a little bit. We are by no means done. The bill still needs to go in front of the full Ways and Means Committee, and then it needs to get a vote on both chamber floors. So there's quite a few steps still left in the process, but getting it out of that subcommittee is a great milestone for us. And as such, we have a good idea of some preliminary happenings of what we are going to see in our budget. And again, I'll highlight those in a bit. But I do want to preface that this is by no means the end or the final snapshot of what our budget will look like. So as a reminder, the governor's recommended budget is the starting point for the agency in our negotiations with the legislature, but ultimately what our budget ends up looking like largely depends on what the committee decides to do with which policy option packages they want to bring forward. Are there other pieces of policy that have fiscal impacts that they want to add and bring forward into our budget? Oftentimes we'll see direct appropriations coming through the end of session bill that include direct appropriations for specific projects that we're in charge of distributing the money for. So I will just preface that the snapshot I'm about to give you is by no means the full look, and we will likely not know the full contents of our budget until the legislature gavels out and is done, whenever that is. But there are some preliminary highlights that I am able to give, and I'll start with what we know about our fees. I know that our fees have been a really hot topic of conversation and a conversation that we have been engaging in with our stakeholder groups and fee payers for really the last year and a half at this point. So I'll first highlight House Bill 2808, which is our well construction, star card, and licensing permit fees. I am using the bill number, but I think it's just from a process perspective, it's important to remember that because all of our fees are in statute, most of our fees are in statute, what you'll often see is you'll see legislation that changes the fees in statute, and then you'll see companion policy option packages in our budget that essentially allow for that revenue resulting from those fee increases to be accounted for within our budget. So we will see companion pops, companion bills moving together. I'm just going to call them by bill number because that's what I think we have been using with you all just for the sake of consistency. So 2808, this bill contained a 40% fee increase for our start card fees, and then a roughly 10% increase for our licensing and permitting fees for well drillers. These fee increases were intended to maintain existing current service levels, so it does not add capacity. This is just to keep the staff that we already have. The budget that moved out of the subcommittee this week included both of those fee increase requests at the level that the department requested in that bill. House Bill 2803, that is the water right transaction and dam safety annual fee bill. So just as a reminder, the introduced version of that legislation asked for 135% increase for the water right transactions fees, and then a 56% dam safety increase. And again, this was to maintain current service levels. There was also a reduction package within our bill that in the event we didn't get these fee increases specifically for the water rights, we were going to have to reduce 7 FTE. So that one was a little more emergent in terms of, in order to stave off reductions, this revenue gap really needed to be addressed. So the budget that moved out of the subcommittee this week included the 56% dam safety fee annual fee increase. So that one moved as requested. And then there was a negotiation that the subcommittee kind of had with each other in order to get this out of committee. And so what ultimately ended up happening is that a 50% increase was adopted to the water right transaction fees. And then the remainder of that revenue gap, so we asked for 135%, we got 50. The remaining revenue gap was then backfilled with permanent general fund investment to ensure that no position reductions needed to be taken. So no position reductions, just a change up in composition of how those positions are funded. So I will remind everyone that this is the fee scenario that we often do every 4 years, and the deal some 15 years ago was struck that the water right transaction activities would be paid for 50% by general fund and 50% by fees. Because of this backfill of general fund investment, that ratio is no longer kind of floating around that 50-50. We are much more heavily reliant upon general fund than we are fees. But the exciting thing is that we're not going to see any reductions in that program as a result of this revenue shortfall. So it's not exactly how it was proposed in the GRB, but that is essentially what the committee decided to do. And I think I can speak for everyone. I say we're just happy to not have to take staffing reductions there. Other items that were included, there was some American Rescue. There was a kind of a package of what we call carryover funding that was included in the budget. And this isn't necessarily new appropriations, but rather carryover of appropriations from past biennia that we would like to hold on to continue spending money. So you will see in our budget about 3.2, I want to say million roughly for American Rescue Plan Act dollars, and then about 4.5 million in one-time direct appropriations that for projects that have not expended all of those resources and are going to continue working. And so we need to request moving that forward with our budget in order to keep hold of that money. Additionally, there was some permanent general fund provided to backfill positions that are responsible for scenic waterway work. So this is work that we do in consort with Oregon State Parks. And in order to make up for cost increases associated with those positions, there was some permanent general fund provided in order to make up for revenue shortfalls there as well. The last thing I will highlight in terms of new appropriations is one that Director Gall alluded to, which is that we received some one-time general fund to the tune of about $4.7 million for additional legal expenses. So this will allow us to refer more more protests over for contested case, pay our legal bills without having to dip into other parts of the agency. So that was an exciting piece to see. One big gap that you may be seeing is what's going on with our grant programs. So that is something that typically moves in a separate piece of legislation because of lottery bonds. So we don't have any numbers for you or anything on that today because those bills are still being, those are still firming up. So I don't have anything with you today, but as soon as we know, we will include that in our legislative summary that we kick out when session ends. But that just because it's not in this GRB does not mean that we're not getting those funds. They just come in at a later date. In terms of reductions, we saw pretty modest reductions compared to what was proposed in the governor's recommended budget. And these reductions include 3 positions or about 2.5 FTE that were sitting vacant. And so the committee decided to take those reductions and remove those positions. Those positions include 1 NRS 5 out in the North Central region. That's one of the complex issue water policy advisor positions. And then the other 1.5 FTE was a conglomeration of 2 administrative services positions, and the director's office and field services division, I believe, is where those were. And again, those were vacant positions. And then another item that Director Gall already alluded to was the fact that we also got a new key performance measure added to our slate of KPMs. And this dealt with temporary transfers and how quickly we are moving temporary transfers through the application process. And so the metric that is being measured is number of temporary transfers that are issued that receive a final order in 120 days. And so that's what we will be reporting on, assuming that all moves through the process. There are a few other bills that have granted WRD new resources to carry out the work. I'll highlight those in a little bit, but I first wanted to remind everyone that we had other pieces of legislation that aren't fee bills. And I just want to kind of give a touch point of where we are at currently with those. So the first one was House Bill 2801, which was the legislation that removed the sunset on our authority to process temporary transfers and leases for determined claims in the Klamath Basin. And then the bill also repeals that authority upon completion of the adjudication. So this bill made it through the full legislative process and has been signed by the governor, which is exciting. And then the other bill is House Bill 2813, which is the Harney Conservation Reserve Enhancement Fund Technical Fix Bill. And so this was the bill that we introduced in order to attempt to get the general fund that was continuously appropriated to the department to roll over into other funds to kind of hold on to those monies if they were unspent at the end of the biennium. The decision has been made to not move forward with that bill and the budget package because there were some technical issues with how the bill and the budget package were drafted, to the degree where it put the underlying general fund appropriation within our budget at risk. And the precautionary principle was used of let's try to come back at a later date and address this in a way that does not put the money that we are already granted in our budget at risk. So that's just to say we are not losing track of this topic. We will regroup after session and figure out how we address it moving forward. But this bill, as it exists today right now, is not going to be moving forward. Okay, and then here is my last slide, and this is just a snapshot of what other legislative topics we have been engaging in actively. Again, this is by no means a holistic list, but this is just water-related items that we have seen recent movement and activity on. So a few of these have actually already moved all the way through the process and have been signed by the governor. House Bill 3364 is a bill that kind of makes omnibus changes to the feasibility study grant program and water project grants and loans program in order to improve accessibility and expand allowable expenditures for those programs. There's some other pieces that are also included in that. We'll have a larger summary in our legislative summary that we put out. So don't worry, this isn't the only information you'll get on this. Senate Bill 761 is a pilot program established out in the Walla Walla Basin that allows for split rate and duty in-stream leasing in irrigation districts. It's limited to the Walla Walla, and that is a pilot program. House Bill 3342 is a water right transaction process improvement, again, kind of omnibus bill that really the ultimate goal of this legislation was to streamline processes associated with the water right transaction process, remove opportunities for the process to slow down due to either the department inaction or applicant inaction, and then removing unnecessary administrative hurdles and barriers that can slow down the process. And so again, the leg summary will have a more comprehensive overview of what actually is in there, but it's I think a 36-page bill, so there's quite a bit in there. You can see things all the way from as simple as defaulting to electronic communication and documentation throughout the process rather than mail, all the way up to things that look at or processes that look at a proposed final order becoming a final order as a matter of law if we don't get any protests. So we're not drafting a document and then redrafting it for final order, but just allowing that base document to be the guiding resource if there's no protests that are received and no changes happen. So again, trying to streamline the process in ways that make sense. And then House Bill 3372 is a bill that expands the exemptions for groundwater to include a half-acre commercial garden. And then it caps that exemption at 3,000 gallons per day. And then the bill further clarifies that when that exemption is combined with the commercial and industrial 5,000 gallons per day groundwater exemption, the total water use for those two cannot exceed 5,000 gallons a day. So it expands the exemption a little bit and then caps certain uses. All four of those bills that I just mentioned have been signed by the governor, so those have moved all the way through the process. There are a few other bills on this list that really just need floor votes. So they've moved through the policy committees, they've moved through the appropriations committees, and now they just need to be voted on by both the House and the Senate. House Bill 2169 is an interagency coordination bill around water reuse. DEQ is the lead agency on that, but WRD has a big role to play in reuse, and so we anticipate that we'll be engaging on that. House Bill 3806 is another regional pilot program bill that establishes a pilot program for water banking in the Deschutes. And then Senate Bill 1154 is a governor-sponsored bill, actually, and really looks at groundwater quality management and how as an enterprise, natural resource agencies can be more proactive and coordinated in addressing groundwater quality management in the state. So those three bills all still need floor votes, but have kind of moved all the way through the policy committee process. And then the last two bills are still in the Ways and Means committees. So I'll start with House Bill 3544, which is a contested case process improvements modernization bill. It's really kind of a companion bill with House Bill 3342, which kind of deals with application to PFO. And then this contested case bill deals with PFO through the contested case process to final order. And so that one makes kind of some similar goals as the water right transaction process improvements bill of streamlining, increasing certainty and transparency in order to kind of grease the wheels to get things to move through the process a little more efficiently. That one is passed out of the subcommittee. So there's the subcommittee for Ways and Means and then the full committee on Ways and Means. 3544 passed out of the subcommittee actually with our budget, and that one needs a vote in front of the full Ways and Means committee. I will note that this is one of the bills that one NRS 4, permanent NRS 4 position for the Water Rights Service Division was added for some added capacity to help implement this bill, as well as all of the other kind of water right transaction related pieces of legislation that passed. So it's associated with this bill, as well as some of the cumulative impacts of other pieces of legislation that we've seen. So we did get some resources to help with implementation initially, and then moving forward on a permanent basis with that bill. So an NRS 4. And then Senate Bill 1153 is another governor-sponsored bill that deals with transfers and certain types of transfers. And then it authorizes the department to review for flow reduction impacts on habitat for native migratory fish. There is also a tribal consultation component that has been added to this bill as well. And so this bill passed out of the Senate Rules Committee last week and is in Ways and Means because there is an NRS 5 attached to this bill for the department. So to help with the tribal component, the tribal consultation component. So as you remember, in the department's budget, we lost an NRS 5 with reductions. This adds one back in. So those last two bills, there are some permanent resources for the department to kind of carry out that work, which is nice to see. And so that bill still needs to move through a subcommittee and then the full Ways and Means committee, and then it needs to get voted on by both houses or by both chambers. So there's still a few more steps to go on those bills particularly. There are quite a bit of other bills that are technically still alive. But again, these are the water related ones that the legislature has recently decided to take action on, which is why I'm highlighting them. Again, attachment 1 has a broader list of items that we're still tracking that technically can still move. But I just did not choose to highlight those today. I'm happy to answer any questions if I have information on any of those bills that I didn't highlight. But these are the big ones that I figured this body would be most interested in hearing details about. So in closing, overall, we are looking forward to sine die. Again, we're anticipating that's going to happen anytime between the 18th and 29th. And the legislature still has quite a bit of work ahead of them, so we anticipate a few more weeks of session. Once the legislature gavels out and they are done, we are going to work, and we already are working on pulling together an end of session summary that will have all water related bills that pass, appropriations within our budget. So there'll be a budget summary. And then we also tend to include other pieces in there that this group may be interested in, that maybe isn't WRD specific, but our other natural resource agencies are impacted by. We all kind of tend to impact each other one way or another. So we do include some of those bills and legislation in there as relevant. And we will be sure to circulate that with you all and the public once it is done. And once we kind of have the full picture of what the legislature has decided to take action on. So with that, thank you. And I'm here to answer any questions you all may have. And again, thank you for allowing me to slide in here and steal Ivan's spot on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Bryn. Questions for Bryn? Vice Chair Smitherman.
No question. I just feel like I need to comment and just say, woo, like that is a lot of bills. I know you started out with 800, but still 400 is a lot to track, and you're doing a great job, Bryn, and I appreciate you going through all the details with us and keeping us up to date on what's going on. So thanks for your report.
Director Gall.
Chair Quimps, if it's not too much of a problem, we've got some extra time here. I wouldn't mind presenting the director's report at this point in time to put off the Division 512 rule update. Given that we're in the public comment period for those rules, there may be some folks that are interested in commenting on them. So if we can slip me in with the director's report for the next 20, 30 minutes or so, that would move us a little bit closer to that schedule if that works for you.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. I know we have a couple of commenters that will be on virtually, and so sticking to the schedule for them will be, I think, helpful. I do want to echo Vice Chair Smitherman's remarks and thank Bryn for her great work and just a tremendous workload. And we appreciate your reports very much. And then we'll go into the director's report.
Thank you.
Chair Quimps, members of the commission, for the record, again, Ivan Gall, Director for the Water Resources Department. I'll let most of the written report kind of stand on its own, but I will go ahead and highlight a few things here, as well as mention a couple of other kind of late breaking news things. First, I'd like to start off by reintroducing Maggie Summer. She's our new administrator for the PCI division. Maggie just started with us this week. Really excited to have her joining us to strengthen our team. She's going to be working with the planning, collaboration, and investment division there to support community engagement, water and place-based planning, and our grant programs. Maggie and I were on our way out with Commissioner Newman and Commissioner Lee yesterday and got waylaid by the freeway shutdown there due to the fires, so unfortunately can't attend in person. But I look forward to having you all meet her and engage with her. She's got a great background and skill set, and we're excited to have her come on board. I'm also really excited to introduce that we have hired Ron Alvarado. He joined our team on May 7th as an internal operations advisor. This is a water, excuse me, lost my place here. He's going to be operating in a new limited duration position to add some additional capacity here to our director's office. Ron is going to be leading an engagement and assessment process of our agency needs and challenges, which will culminate in a set of recommendations on how we can make adjustments here in the agency to optimize our functions and operations. So really being brought on board to help us with these modernization processes and looking for streamlining and efficiencies. As far as background, Ron has had a long career in conservation, agriculture, and environmental policy. He's worked on shaping strategic initiatives that foster sustainable solutions. Ron was the Oregon State Conservationist for the NRCS for over 14 years. He owns a consulting firm to continue his dedication to partnership-driven efforts that strengthen communities and promote conservation strategies. And I'm going to work really hard to get Ron over to the September Commission meeting there in Madras, so you all get a chance to meet and interact with him there as well. Let's see. Last week, Commissioner Mall and I were talking about the water availability reporting system update. So that's kind of item C in the director's report there. I'd note a couple of things. One is that we're transitioning the name from and acronym from WARS to SWIMS. So it'll be the Surface Water Information Modeling System. This is going to be a multi-year effort with a number of our technical staff and outside partners. They've been working to put together a technical advisory group that'll start meeting here in July. But Joe, you had a question about the number or the period of time it was going to take to process our streamflow records. Staff shared with me that there are records for 173 gauging stations that represent 1,473 water years of data through 2024, and we're continuing to operate and collect data on many of those stations. So each of those stations will have multiple years of data associated with it that staff will need to review, QA/QC, and then finalize that record so we can use it during the analysis of the water availability update system there. We talked earlier today about, as part of the integrated water resources strategy, kind of priority area 1, increasing permit compliance there, and that'll be part of our strategic plan as well. We've also talked about the importance of continuing to acquire groundwater level data and other data in areas of groundwater development to help us define, monitor, and manage the conditions of our groundwater resources across the state. So the agency has identified a series of water right conditions that can help us achieve both of those things. These are conditions that exist in water rights that we've already issued to groundwater users out there. So our staff have formed a project team and are working to scope out how to seek increased compliance with both static water level measurement and the reporting of those data to us to continue to flesh out our data system that we have there. We'll continue working on developing the full scope and timing of those efforts, which are going to be informed in part, at least, based on the results of our to-do list and the agency budget post this legislative session there. Also wanted to give a big shout out to a modernization project with our audio-visual equipment. So you all are using today new equipment. I wanted to give a big thanks to Regan Cordes. He's from Three Rivers AV. He was really integral in helping us select equipment, set it up, do a bunch of training and troubleshooting with our staff. On our team, we've got Garrett, Joel Williams, Ken Turner, and Amit Das, who have been working on the technical side to assist us. Lisa Snyder, Cassidy, and Mindy, who are both out there today, have really picked up the ball and handled a lot of the details, helping with purchasing, getting it set up, and multiple events of trying to make sure we get it working. And it seems to be working great today. Also, thanks to David Moni and Michelle Tate at ODFW and Nicole Bettinardi at OWEB, who helped us with some of the testing and equipment selection and recommendations there as well. So with that, Chair Quimps, I'm happy to take any questions that you all may have of any of the other topics or items in the director's report.
Okay, Vice Chair Smitherman.
No question, just a comment, Ivan. I did notice that there was something a little bit different about the technology. So everything seems to be running smoothly, and thank you for working on all of that. I know that it sounds like it was a lot of effort by several different groups of people. So appreciate the work to make these meetings run more smoothly.
Well, Chair Quimps, Vice Chair Smitherman, thank you for that. And certainly for yourselves or any members of the public that are either online or in person today, if you do have specific feedback about the equipment, we're very interested in hearing it. We want to make sure that these presentations are clear. You can both hear them and see them. And if we're falling short of that, the feedback would be really helpful in helping us fix any issues that are out there.
Okay, Commissioner Newman.
Thank you for this detailed report. I'm still dismayed at how much litigation the department has to defend and be engaged in, but it's the way of the world. I just wondered as to item H, the John Day and Willow Creek measurement update, if you had any kind of early information on the results from the letters that you've sent out in those basins on the measurement issues.
Chair Quims and Commissioner Newman, I don't have any more detail than what's in the report itself. Kim Fritz Ogren, who's the division administrator for our field services division, and she's out there at the meeting in Pendleton. She'd certainly be welcome to come up to the table if she's got any more details. We put this in here as a little bit of a teaser. Kim's intent is to provide a much fuller report, I think at the end of the year, when we'll have much better information and more data to share with you. But Kim, go ahead.
Yeah, Chair Clemps, members of the commission, for the record, I'm Kim Fritz Ogren. I'm the Field Services Division Administrator. And thank you, Ivan. And thank you, Commissioner Newman, for the question. This is a bit of a teaser. We only have sort of preliminary results, and it's interesting in this basin has 2 water master districts. And it's a big basin, so there's different cultures around water measurement. And so informally in my conversations with the water masters, we have one portion of the basin where we are seeing a lot of folks put in the measurement devices now way in advance of when it's going to be required. They're really accessing our water measurement cost share program, and they're really excited about that. And then in another portion of the basin, folks have communicated that, they will comply with the law, but are maybe less eager. And so we're observing all of those and trying to take and learn from them. And I'm really looking forward to coming back and sharing the results of that effort.
Great, thank you. Well, the teaser worked on me.
Commissioner Newman, did you have another question or point, or did you?
My hand lowering thing seems to be very slow, but I did lower my hand.
Okay, thanks. Okay, seeing no other comments or questions, we'll wrap that agenda item up. Thank you, Director Gall, for the detailed report again. About 50 minutes ahead of schedule on the 512 agenda item. Do you think we can get started on that now, or is that going to be too soon for the commenters?
Chair Quims, I think the team has a pretty good presentation to give. So if they go ahead and go through the presentation and you all provide a robust series of questions, the timing should be about right.
Great. Okay. Thank you.
And Mindy, do I just share from here?
Yes.
Okay. All right, good afternoon, Chair Quims, members of the commission. My name is Jason Spreet, for the record, East Region Manager for Water Resources. Today, we're going to talk to you a little bit about the Division 512 rulemaking and give you all an update on how that is process or proceed. I'll let the rest of the panel introduce themselves.
Chair Combs, member of the commission. My name is Kelly Mines. I am the rules coordinator and policy analyst for the Division 512.
And my name is Tim Seymour. I'm the assistant manager for groundwater here at the Oregon Water Resources Department. And today we're going to dive into the Division 512 rulemaking update, and I'll kick us off here. So stepping back a little bit, over the past decade or so, the department has been working on better understanding the Harney Basin groundwater reservoir. And through a collaborative study with the USGS and the department, we have put together a fairly substantial body of science that is supporting this rulemaking effort. And I want to start out by highlighting once again for you all what we have found to be defining the groundwater reservoir, what its defining characteristics are. So here on the right, there's a map of the Harney Basin. It's the hydrologic basin. And what we have found is that it is one connected groundwater reservoir. And so all groundwater within that area is hydraulically connected, and there are no known barriers to groundwater flow. The second thing is that all of that groundwater occurs in multiple connected geologic units. So think rocks. So under the ground, the rocks differ, and depending on what type of geologic unit the water exists within, it behaves differently. So it moves faster or slower. And then the rates and magnitudes of recharge and discharge vary based upon the location you're in within the basin. So some areas of the basin have more recharge than others, and some areas of the basin have more discharge than others. So it's all one groundwater reservoir. So why are we updating these rules? Well, we have a problem with groundwater levels in the basin. And I'm going to talk through a couple of different criteria here, but we are proposing to designate a critical groundwater area, and the criteria that have been met within this basin are up here on the screen, and we'll go through them. The first one is that groundwater levels have declined excessively, and that means that groundwater levels have fallen more than 50 feet from their highest known levels. In some portions of the basin, we have over 100 feet of decline. And the second piece of that is that groundwater levels are also excessively declining. And that's defined as a decline rate of greater than 3 feet per year for at least 10 years. So we have large magnitudes of decline, and we also have high rates of decline. The second criteria here that I want to talk about is that we have determined that the available groundwater supply is being or is about to be overdrawn. And overdrawn is defined in rule as a condition when pumping in an area exceeds recharge within an area. And this is a really serious condition, because when recharge is being completely pumped, that means there is no recharge for natural processes like discharge to streams and springs, or discharge to natural native vegetation that uses groundwater. So think groundwater dependent plants. And so that's a very serious condition as well. So substantial declines, as well as in portions of the basin, pumping exceeding recharge. So to dive into those a little bit further, as I said, we have greater than 50 feet of decline from the highest known levels in some wells. This map here on the right is a depiction of a portion of the Harney Basin, and within that portion of the Harney Basin, we have these red dots labeling wells where we have data that was sufficient to be able to determine that levels have declined over 50 feet. I want to point out that the number of wells that meet this threshold is limited by our data. So having a lack of historic measurement for some wells prevents us from being able to identify more wells that have declined over 50 feet. And a lack of current measurements in some wells also prevents that. So when we look at this map and see these red dots in these areas, we believe that there would be many more wells on this map if we had a complete data set for all wells in the basin over the period of record. And we also believe that based on the current rates of decline, that more wells will reach this threshold within the next several years. When we talk about excessively declining, here again, I'm presenting another map with wells where we have determined the rate of decline to be greater than 3 feet per year for at least 10 years. And again, the number of wells that meet this threshold is limited by a lack of data. So again, in these areas, we believe them to be representative of a larger scale problem in these areas, and that there would be more wells on this map if we had a greater body of data. Last, more wells are expected to cross this threshold in the next several years as we continue to gather data. Then the last one I want to talk about here is overdrawn. And on the right, we have a map of the basin again. And this map you'll see has 3 different colored areas on it: a green, a reddish color, and a blue. And they represent the 3 water budget regions that the USGS delineated in the groundwater study with the Water Resources Department. And within those 3 areas, water budgets were calculated. And then in this map, you'll also see that there's a yellow outline that delineates the lowlands of the basin. So when we're doing this calculation, we were able to compare lowland recharge with lowland pumping in order to determine if the groundwater resource was overdrawn. And on the left there, I've got a table of the water budget regions, as well as the difference between lowland recharge and pumping in the second column, and the difference between lowland recharge and authorized use in the right column. And I'll start with the second column with the highlighted red figure. So for the northern region, that northeast section of the basin, we're overdrawn by about 2,700 acre feet. So that means that pumping exceeds recharge by about 2,700 acre feet per year. In the southern region, recharge exceeds pumping by 26,400 acre feet. So that specific portion of the basin is not overdrawn. And then last is the western region, where recharge exceeds pumping by about 4,500 acre feet per year. But I've highlighted that in yellow because when you look at that third column and we look at the authorized use, for the northern region, we're 96,000 acre feet allocated above recharge. For the western region, there's about 18,000 acre feet per year allocated above recharge. So if all allocated water were to be pumped, we would be out of balance or overdrawn in the western region by about 18,000 acre feet. And so we believe that the northern region is clearly overdrawn, and the western region we're determining to be about to be overdrawn because of how close it is to being overdrawn and the authorized use that still exists out in the basin that could be pumped. And so now I'm going to turn it over to Jason and let him talk about some of the strategies we've put together to address this issue.
All right, thanks, Tim. Once again, Jason Spree, East Region Manager. So here's how we're planning to address the issue. We're proposing to address the issue. One, we're planning to protect recharge through a classification of the Harney Basin within the Harney and Grant counties. We're planning to reduce groundwater use through the development of a critical groundwater area, hopefully voluntary agreements, conservation reserve enhancement program, or a CREP program that we have going down there right now. And 3, we're hoping to achieve more accountability for water use in the basin by instituting a serious water management problem area. And so we'll get into some of those details here. So protecting recharge, we want to prevent further development in the uplands where a lot of this recharge occurs, around the basin where the water is being pumped out. The classification boundary is shown in Exhibit 4 in the staff report. And part of that classification allows only exempt uses and non-consumptive geothermal uses. And part of the effort to reduce groundwater use, we have the critical groundwater area, the boundary and sub areas of the critical area are in Exhibit 6 in the staff report. And what that critical groundwater depth area proposal does is it establishes a permissible total withdrawal, which is the amount of water we think it can be pumped out of the basin without further decline. It will specify how reductions occur, and it includes an adaptive management plan so that we don't over curtail folks. And those reductions are scheduled to begin in 2028. And then also the voluntary agreement piece is a statute that allows users to work together to reduce use by getting together and coming up with an agreement on how to use water that is in coordination with the critical groundwater area goal. Department staff will provide some technical assistance on this, on the voluntary agreements. We've also developed a draft guidance document to help guide some of those efforts. And then lastly, there we have the CREP program, which when users enroll in that program, they voluntarily cancel their water right in exchange for a payment that can go up to 15 years. And that's a partnership with Farm Service Agency and the department. We can enroll up to 20,000 acres in CREP in the Harney Basin. And the first round of those enrollments actually ended a few days ago on June 6th. And we had some pretty good interest. It looks like we may get another round of opportunity for folks sometime prior to July of this year. To achieve accountability, the serious water management problem area is something we're proposing. The boundary in Exhibit 3 in the staff report. And what this does, it requires flow meters on all points of appropriation by March of 2028. There is an exemption in there for points of appropriation that have been regulated off and disconnected from the infrastructure. And what is required under that is the landowner must record the use every month and then annually report their use to the department. So some of the ways we thought we should limit, or we had proposed to limit impacts environmentally and for domestic wells. We front load the curtailment in the critical area rules, which results in higher final water levels, fewer dry domestic wells, less reduction in natural discharge to streams and springs, and also less reduction in evapotranspiration by groundwater dependent ecosystems. This will, we also require durable stability, meaning that, we want to make sure that water levels stay stable over the long term. And so we're looking at that within the rules as well. And then requiring recovery, some recovery in Weaver Springs, where the largest drawdown has occurred in the basin. And that really reduces the impacts on domestic wells in that area by a significant amount. Then we heard from the RAC, a lot of concern over the economic impacts of the rules, which, we have taken to heart in developing the proposed rules. So we set the goal of stability rather than recovery across the basin of groundwater levels. We were able to optimize the model to identify the smallest reductions in pumping that would be required to achieve that durable stability. We created multiple sub areas, which allows for a targeted water level use reduction. And so we have a more targeted curtailment scheme there within the rules that would, rather than just curtailing based on basin wide, which would have required further curtailment. We have required stability in only half of the wells across the basin. So we're using a median rather than a higher percentage of the wells. And we have set a timeline to achieve that goal of stability at 30 years rather than immediately once the rules are implemented. We're planning to phase those reductions over a 24-year period in 6-year increments. So every 6 years, we'll see another planned curtailment as we review the rules there and then the water level trends rather than immediately. And then we're implementing within the rules, or we're proposing to implement a adaptive management plan that will prevent that over curtailment, as I mentioned earlier. And the initial allotment of water to all those rights in the basin will be based on historic use rather than just the paper water right amount. So I'll turn it back over to Tim to talk a little bit about the water resources proposed reduction schedule.
Thanks, Jason. So in past commission meetings, we've presented a similar slide and some results from our modeling work as we have tested out different management scenarios within the basin. And so I want to walk you through what our current proposal is and what went out in the draft rules for public comment. Here in this table, we've got two columns. One are the parameters that we could specify within the model. So think inputs and goals, if you will. And then on the right, we've got what the actual input was. So for the spatial extent, so how did we divide up the model for management? We used the GIVGAC boundary. You'll remember the GIVGAC is the Greater Harney Valley Groundwater Area of Concern. It is basically the lowlands of the Harney Basin where the vast majority of pumping occurs. And so we set that as the critical groundwater area proposed boundary, and then we divided that into 7 sub-areas. And I've got a map on the next slide. The map is also in your staff report packet. When we look at the stability success metric, we, as Jason said, proposed a durable median. And what that means is that 50% of well cells in the model, so cells in the model that have a well in them, must be either stable or recovering in order to have success declared. But not just stable for a short period of time, it has to be stable for the duration of the model run, which was through the end of the century. And then for the stability success metric, we also fixed the PTW, or the permissible total withdrawal, the amount of pumping that would be allowed in Weaver Springs at 75%. And as Jason said, this helps minimize impacts to domestic wells in that area, as well as it allows for more pumping to be allowed in nearby subareas by raising that cone of depression, that water level in those most severely impacted areas. For the timeline to achieve the goal, as Jason said, we've set the timeline at 30 years. So we have to have durable stability by 30 years. The frequency of adaptation, so how regularly do we check in and potentially modify our reduction schedule, is every 6 years. And then our timeline for reductions is, as Jason said, 24 years with front loading of those reductions. So in Weaver Springs, we're on a 75% at the start and a 25% reduction 6 years in. It's on a separate schedule than the other sub areas. They're proposed to be reduced at 40% of the total reduction within the at the start, 30% at year 6, 15% at year 12, 10% at year 18, and 5% at year 24. And then in past meetings, we talked about potentially setting goals for discharge to streams and springs, natural evapotranspiration, and dry domestic wells. And due to, as we talked about previously, some uncertainty around these specific parameters within the model, we chose not to use them to constrain the PTW, but instead we determined that we would try to limit impacts through that front loading of curtailment. And the way that works is by front loading curtailment, we see higher final water levels, and higher final water levels result in fewer impacts to these 3 parameters here. And so that's the proposal. So now let's get into actual results. What's going to happen within the basin? So here's the map of sub areas for your reference. So proposed reductions by sub area. So as we've presented in the past, department staff wrote software to basically feed those parameters into the model and have the model tell us what the maximum amount of pumping could be that would achieve our goals. And here we've got a table of our proposed PTW by sub-area in that third column there, as well as the percentage change that would be as compared to 2018 pumping. 2018 is the last year we have estimated pumpage values in the Harney Basin groundwater model. And so that is what we have been presenting all of our numbers based on, is that 2018 pumpage. So as you can see here, overall, what we're looking at is a proposed reduction of 35% basin-wide, with reductions being anywhere from 0% in Upper Blitzen, where there's very little pumping, to 75% in Weaver Springs, where we have fixed the reduction there. And each sub-area has a different amount of reduction, because that is what it takes in order to achieve that goal of durable stability within that sub-area. So now if we then break that down by, well, what does that actually mean for our schedule of reductions? Here is a table that lays out what the reductions would be based on a 2028 start date, which is what is proposed in the rules. And you can see in the far right column, the total reduction that matches with the last slide. But really what we want you to see is how this is a stepwise approach to achieving our goal, while also allowing for adaptation. And so in 2028, the proposed amount of reduction is about 18% as compared to 2028 pumping. In 2034, it'd be an additional 10% from that 2018 pumping. And then 2040, we drop down to 4%, 2% in 2046, and 1% in 2052. And again, all these percentages are based on 2018 pumping. And so what this helps us understand is just how that stepwise process over the 30-year period will play out as compared to current pumping levels. So what happens to actual water level rates of change? So here we've got maps that depict the basin. So this is from the Harney Basin groundwater model results. And you can see in black outlines, there's the 7 sub-areas. And then we have a color gradiated scale that goes from -1 at dark red to +1 at dark blue. And that's the rate of change per year. And this scale is tightened in at this -1 to 1.0 range, primarily to be able to see changes across broader scales of the basin. The darkest red on this figure and the darkest blue on these figures are substantially greater than 1 or -1. So we have areas of the basin that are declining at -10, -12. And when we get to the recovery here, we've got areas that are recovering at +10, +12. And so the key I'm pointing out there is that the darkest red and the darkest blue are not actually representative of -1 or +1. They're actually greater than that. But the areas that are in that color gradiated scale that are closer towards a pinkish color or a light blue color, those actually show up because of this scale. And so here, layer 2 after 0 years, as we've talked about in the past, layer 2 in the model has been very representative of all layers. And so we've chosen to show that. So after 0 years would be essentially year 2028 in the model. And so we can see that broadly across the basin, groundwater levels are declining, and we have some pretty severe areas of decline with very dark red colors there. In the map on the right, we move to after 10 years. So this would be 2038 in the model. And what you can see is that that steep cone of depression that was in Weaver Springs there, that in the center of the basin, has now changed from a deep red to a deep blue. And that's because groundwater levels are now recovering in that area. And so as groundwater levels are recovering, the water level rate of change is positive. And the rest of the basin, that deep red color has moved more towards a pinkish across much of the basin. And so what we can see is that the rates of decline are slowing across the basin. Moving on to 20 years later here on the map on the left, we can see that that cone of depression in the Weaver Springs subarea is continuing to recover, but much of the basin has moved towards stable or a white color. And we've got a few areas where some recovery is happening in light blue. And then after 30 years, which is our goal period, when we need to be at a median groundwater level of no decline, so 0, we see that much of the basin is now a white color, indicating that we've achieved that success. And then modeling out 40 and then 60 years into the future, you can see that the basin continues to equilibrate and move towards an overall water level rate of change of 0, which means we have durable stability through the end of our modeling period, showing that we're in this model simulation meeting our goal with this proposal. Now let's look at water levels in a different way. So here I'm presenting the change in median water level. So this is the difference in the actual measured water level, or well, not the actual measured water level, the simulated water level within the model as a change from 2018 values. And so in this first column, you've got the subarea name. In the second column, we have the results of our WRD proposal. And then in the third column, we've got the USGS continued 2018 pumping simulation. And I want to compare these two because the USGS continued 2018 pumping simulation essentially is the do nothing scenario. What if we took no action and allowed pumping to continue as it was in 2018 through the end of the century? And what we see here is that depending on the subarea, there are various quantities of decline that are simulated to occur. So within the Dog Mountain subarea, within our proposal, in 2058, the median water level across that subarea is projected to be 4.6 feet lower than it was in 2018. In the inverse, in Weaver Springs, where we've demanded substantially more curtailment, water levels are projected to be 8.7 feet higher than they were in 2018. And the most significant area of decline is that Northeast Crane subarea, where we're projecting water levels will be 16 feet lower than they would be in 2018, in 2058, with our proposed curtailment schedule modeled out. Now, when we compare that with the USGS 2018 pumping simulation, you can see the difference in the far right column. And what you'll see is that the water level in all but one subarea is substantially higher in our scenario than in the do nothing scenario. So we're having a positive effect. We're changing the outcome here by implementing this. And the last thing I want to point out is that the water levels in the USGS scenario are still declining in 2058. Our water levels in our proposal have stabilized in 2058 and are no longer declining. In the USGS scenario, they continue to decline through the end of the century in many of these subareas. And so this difference value gets bigger every year after 2058. And I think that's really important to understand. So now if we start looking at some of those other impacts that we had talked about, constraining the model on but chose not to. So here I'm showing the simulated well status for wells in 2058, and this is specifically for domestic wells. So what's going to happen to domestic wells? And in blue, we have the modeled wet, and in green, we have modeled dry. And dry means that the water level in that cell has fallen below the bottom of the well in that cell. So there is essentially no way in which that well could possibly pump. And the left bar here is the WRD proposal, and the right bar is again that USGS continued 2018 pumping simulation. And what we see is that our proposal in 2058 results in 101 dry domestic wells. And if we were to do nothing in 2058, it would result in 157 dry domestic wells. Remember though, that water levels continue to decline in that USGS scenario. And so we anticipate more wells to go dry if we were to do nothing. Whereas water levels in our proposal are stable in 2058, and we'd anticipate no further dry wells in the area. Now moving on to anticipated changes in natural discharge. So here, again, we've got a figure and on the left-hand side, that is springs and streams, so impacts to springs and streams. And then on the right are the changes in evapotranspiration within the model. And our y-axis there is in thousands of acre feet, and it's going up in increments of 10. The blue bars there are for the model years, the average of model years 2017 and 2018. We chose to average those 2 years because 2017 was a high recharge year and 2018 was a low recharge year. So rather than picking a low or a high and skewing the numbers, we decided to average them. And then the green bar shows values for 2058. And what we can see here is that the decrease in springs and stream discharge between 2017, 2018, and 2058 is anticipated to be about, it's what, 4.8 thousand acre feet per year. And for evapotranspiration, it's about 11,000 acre feet per year in decrease. And this really highlights how we are, or what the impacts are to these natural systems of our proposal. So now I'm going to turn it over to Kelly and let him talk through some of the fiscal impact work we've done.
Thanks, Tim. Yeah, so as Tim said, I'm going to, I thought you said something, sorry. I'm going to take you through the fiscal impact statement noticed in the rules. We've put together an extensive fiscal impact statement, which is really an amalgamation of all the conversations that we've had over the past 2 years with the RAC and with discussion groups. And I think we've captured all the elements that were brought up during those conversations. So just as a reminder, the fiscal impact statement is a requirement for noticing the rules, and it consists of 2 different elements. The first being a estimate of the economic impacts, and so that's supposed to be an evidence-based summary of the anticipated economic effects of the rules. And the second requirement is the cost of compliance. That's essentially what are the costs for agencies, local governments, members of the public, small businesses to comply with these rules. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take you through at a high level what elements were you've captured in each one of these. So starting with the estimated economic impacts, next slide, please. Yep. We really captured 4 areas. So first, we characterized the Harney County economy. So we've discussed that is an agricultural economy with mainly alfalfa and livestock. And we also discussed the economics around the springs and streams and Malheur Lake Refuge and the services that they provide and bring into the county. And then the next next one is we talk about the critical groundwater area impact, which is broken up into 2 different scenarios. One, the continued pumping. So if we were just continuing pumping, what are the estimated economic impacts there? And then the one other scenario we looked at is post-regulation, post the 35% implementation, what are the economic impacts there? And in that second one, I think it's kind of important for us to highlight that we hired an economist, Eco Northwest, to do an analysis. And so their analysis is included in that second, like what it looks like when we do post-pumping reductions. And so for that first element, the continued pumping, we looked at what's it going to impact agriculture, what are the impacts to domestic wells and irrigation wells, and what are the impacts to the ecosystem services like spring streams and the Malheur Lake Refuge. And then for the post-regulation or post-policy implementation, we looked at impacts to the agriculture, spring streams, domestic well users, and then we also looked at impacts to the Harney County Hardy Electric Co-op impacts as well. In terms of the SWAMPA impacts, we looked at what is it going to cost for them to install flow meters? What are the costs there? And we did some analysis. And so in the basin, there was 1,074 POAs that already have requirement to do measuring reporting. And with this new SWAMPA requirement, it's going to be 336 new additional POAs. They're going to have to report and measure and report. And we also looked at, so those are the impacts for the SWAMPA. And in terms of classification impacts, we just looked at what might potentially be impacts to limiting economic growth, right? If we're just allowing for exempt uses only, then that could potentially be limiting economic growth. So that's kind of the elements of structure of the fiscal impact statement for the economic part, I should say. And then if we go to the next slide, please, Jason. For the cost of compliance, right, again, it's broken down into those three tools that Tim and Jason talked about. So it's the cost of compliance for the critical groundwater area, for the SWAMPA, and for the classification. And we looked at impacts again to OWRD, local government, members of the public, and small business. It's important to note here that the local government, Echo Northwest, did an analysis on how that is going to affect their tax revenue and what the reductions to their services are going to look like. So that information is included in there as well. Next slide, please. So that's what we got for the fiscal impact statement. We have a pretty busy rulemaking schedule ahead of us. We are now in the public comment phase, so starting June 2nd, and that's going to end August 7th at 5 p.m. But between now and then, we have some significant engagement, I would say. So June 23rd to 26th, we're going to go to each sub area and host a hour-long informational session to have question and answer, and where we answer question and answer questions. That's what I'm trying to say. And then we will have a public hearing immediately afterwards. So we're going to be going around the basin the June 23rd to 26th, doing 8 of those total, including up in Seneca. And then we come back in August, early August, August 4th and 5th, and host 2 more public hearings. So providing, I would say, ample time, ample space for engagement and to receive those public comments. So a public comment period ends here on August 7th, to which we will begin drafting our staff reports. We'll come back to you in September to talk more, do a more in-depth dive into what the rules are and what the rule language is. So we'll discuss with you that. And then come December, in our December meeting, we'll be bringing the final rule package and asking for adoption. So just briefly, just as I said before, next slide here. We have started public comment June 2nd. It ends August 7th. We have multiple public hearings and informational sessions planned. Draft staff reports will be prepared between August 8th and September. And then we'll be bringing you the final report in December. So with that, I'm going to pass it on to you guys. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you for a great report. I appreciate all the work behind this. I know there's a lot of complex issues here, and the representing that with data and information is challenging. And I think you guys are on a great path to making it a little more tractable and understandable. It's very complex, but it's great work. Thank you. Commissioner Wolf.
Yeah, I'd like to echo Chair Quimp's sentiments about just how much work and efforts went into this, and how good of a presentation that was. My question is, what parameters are you proposing to build in if your model ends up being statistically significantly wrong in either direction as you move forward with the implementation of curtailment?
Chair Quimps, Commissioner Wolf, that's a really good question. So in your, or in the proposed rules, we outline a plan for adaptive management. And so within that, we have a couple of pieces. So the first one is in 2027, we will do an evaluation of groundwater levels, both the rate of change as well as the median groundwater level. And I don't remember the exact parameters, but if certain parameters are met, we will not implement any of the curtailment scheduled for 2028, and we will wait until 2034 to implement curtailment. That proposal is essentially saying if water levels are stable at the time in 2028, that's a great thing, and we don't need to curtail. That it's unnecessary at that point, and we will wait and see 6 years later if we need to do curtailment. The second piece is that adaptive management plan. So every 6 years, we'll have an adaptive management checkpoint. And at those checkpoints, we'll evaluate the median groundwater level for each sub-area, and we'll compare it to the modeled trajectories that exist within, that are exhibits within the rules. And really what those are, from my perspective, is a trajectory that we're willing to accept as we get to success. And if water levels are trending ahead of schedule, or they're higher than we expected, then we can reduce the amount of reduction that's scheduled at the next scheduled period. If water levels are behind, then we need to increase the amount of scheduled curtailment at the next check-in and speed up the rate at which we curtail so that we can stabilize water levels on the schedule we've essentially agreed to. So there are ramps for if the model is wrong, but at the end of the day, what we're laying out is essentially a path for groundwater levels as we get to our goal of durable stability. And if we're not on track with that, how we adjust. Does that answer your question?
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Commissioner Lee?
Yes, I see from the comments that were provided that there was a question from the RAC about what is the guidance for being removed from the area? And I wondered if that's just based on the trajectory of the model's success, or if you have other guidelines that would be offered at some point.
Chair Quimps, Commissioner Lee, that's a very good question. And I presented at the very beginning the criteria for designation of a critical groundwater area. And that says that groundwater levels cannot be excessively declined, excessively declining, or overdrawn. So in order to remove the designation, we believe we would have to reach a point in the groundwater in the groundwater system where those conditions are no longer met. And so that would mean recovery of water levels for wells within the basin to within 50 feet of highest known. Our proposal here is not trying to recover water levels. We're trying to stabilize water levels. And that position is to try to balance all of the different interests in the basin, both the irrigators who rely on the water for their livelihood, the ecosystems that rely on that water to survive, domestic well owners who rely on that water to drink. And so in not requiring recovery, I don't believe that there's a future in which this designation could be removed because we would not ever reach a state in which the criteria are no longer met.
Right. So thank you.
Commissioner Newman?
Thank you. I just wanted to echo the thanks for the work that's gone into this. I mean, we're never going to keep everybody happy, and we can tell from the comments that have come in already that there's criticism that it's not enough protection for the springs and seeps, and not enough protection for groundwater dependent ecosystems. But on the other hand, there's the impact to those folks who are going to experience some pretty significant drawbacks. So I mean, I don't think you can say, excuse me, if everybody's mad, you're doing the right thing. But I can't really see a way through that would keep all of those folks happy. So I think you're doing a masterful job at trying to thread the needle here. That woman's laryngitis seems to be contagious through Zoom. So thanks for the work.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smitherman.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Quims. I'm trying to understand the breakdown of the basin, and maybe it'll be helpful to others who are listening. So you categorized it all as one groundwater reservoir, and then it got broken down into 3 other areas. Now, were those 3 other areas because of the geological differences that you had mentioned?
Yeah,
Yeah, go
Chair
ahead.
Quims, Commissioner Smitherman. The 3 water regions were primarily based on the surface water flow. There's 3 primary stream systems
Okay.
there: the Sylvies, Silver Creek, and the Donner and Blitzen. And that's what those essentially stream reaches are sort of what was used for the water budget aspect of it.
Okay. And then the sub areas relate more to all of it is impacted by the geology of the area. But those the sub basins or the sub areas were divided up based on the amount of decline. Is that right?
Commissioner Smitherman, there were multiple criteria or considerations were taken into account when we divided the basin into the 7 sub areas that we're proposing here.
Yeah.
Some of them were water level trends, hydraulic gradient, so the driving force of groundwater, how groundwater is flowing through the system, and then we also took into account the limits of surface water flow. So we used NDVI data, which is basically like how green is the landscape, to see how far is surface water making it across the basin. And then we also looked at some of the administrative limitations, I guess you would say, as well as some of the like socio-political limitations. So I guess the best way I heard it framed was more boundaries cause more conflict. And so we had come to this commission previously with a 15 sub-area approach. And we took a step back from that because more boundaries cause more conflict. And so could we achieve the same outcomes with fewer boundaries? And that's how we've moved that direction.
Right. Okay. So a lot of work and effort and parameters went into creating those sub areas. One more question. I'm sure that you will have different a water user in those sub areas that believes or can prove that their well is not declining. There might be some outliers in some of those sub areas. And are there any exceptions for those folks, or have you gone down that road, or is it just going to be set for everyone in that sub basin? And if someone disagrees with that assessment, is there any kind of appeal process? I guess I'm asking.
Yeah, thank you for that question. There is no approach by which we would single out individual users. The rules proposed following within a sub area following prior appropriation, and so all users within that sub area are subject to the same permissible total withdrawal and schedule for reductions. And so the most junior users would be curtailed first, and regardless of what their specific well is doing within that area.
Okay.
Then I was trying to, the opportunity for appeal is during the contested case process. So adoption of these rules sets out the process and the plan. Actually reducing use requires a contested case hearing where all water users will have the opportunity to go before a judge and present their case for why they shouldn't be subject to these rules and to contest that order. So that's where they would have their opportunity.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that for me and for others who might be listening.
Commissioner Mall? Maybe on mute.
How about now?
Now we can hear you. Yep.
Okay, good. Sorry, I changed my speaker and it changed my microphone. Thanks for everything. Sorry I can't be there again. The one thing that strikes me as a little concerning, and I think I understand why. I'm sure we don't want to harm, we don't want net harm to be any worse than it needs to be. And people are going to be harmed by this, considering the history. But the idea that in 2028 or on that 6-year basis, if we find that we have modeled things in a way where we're doing better than we had hoped, we're going to all of a sudden stop or reduce the reductions, concerns me. It seems like the equivalent of the kicker in Oregon's budget situation. And right now we're in one of those beautiful situations where we have a massive kicker coming and yet we have a significant projected budget shortfall. And so I'm curious if you all have done any modeling to look at, well, let's make it not bidirectional, but unidirectional, that if we're doing better than we expected, we're going to keep going. Because my guess is that overall, we're going to have less of an impact on domestic water wells, less of an impact on surface water, springs, and those sorts of things. And I'm curious if that was looked at, modeled at all, or if it was just decided out of hand simply because water users were raising the question, hey, what if, like what Woody raised the question, if it's statistically significant and we're being more aggressive than the model said we should be, then we should back off. Does that make sense? I probably said too much.
Chair Combs, Commissioner Mole, that's a really good question. And I'm going to take a slightly different angle on it. And hopefully it answers your question. Please tell me if it doesn't. So what I'm hearing is a question about, have we done analysis of a sensitivity analysis of the uncertainty within the model? And what are the things that are going to most likely impact the efficacy of this program and the accuracy of this of these projections? And then have we looked at how our proposed adaptive management could have negative consequences? So we have done some sensitivity analysis around specifically recharge. And one of the key modeling assumptions here is that recharge is held stable throughout the modeling period. And it's an average of, I believe it's 1980 through 2018 recharge. And so that's an unlikely thing to occur for the next 30 years, recharge to essentially be average every year. And what we found is that recharge is by far the biggest piece of uncertainty, and we have no way of predicting that. As I remember it, and it's been a while since I've looked at these numbers specifically, but it was something on the order of, if recharge is reduced by 10%, then our PTW numbers need to be about 6,000 acre feet smaller than they are proposed overall. And I don't remember what that comes out to, but I'm going to say that's about a 4 or a 5% additional basin-wide reduction. So that's how much it's off by, if we're off by 10%. That's some pretty substantial uncertainty. What we didn't want to do, though, is over the historic period of record, we have years of recharge where recharge is estimated to be in the realm of 0.3 to 0.4 of what average is. And we also have years where recharge was 2.5 what average was. So there are some pretty substantial years of recharge, and there's some pretty lean years of recharge as well. And in our adaptive management plan, what we determined was that we really want to look at those median groundwater levels as they are the best proxy we have for the actual conditions and actual groundwater storage that exists within the basin, and that we want to base our decisions on those. And there is a high likelihood that we will see a situation in which our year-over-year values jump around. But over the long run, we believe that this is the best path to get to the outcome that we've laid out. And it provides a balance of certainty for the users with a balance of adaptability for the actual conditions. Did that answer your question?
Parts of it, I guess it answered the part that's the modeling question. I guess really, Director Gall, this is as much a comment to you and the rest of the staff on the policy side of this. The model accuracy, we don't make policy and we don't enact policy simply on modeling. Part of it is a choice of, again, of how much harm we are willing to accept as a part of the policy and what we offer in alternatives. And I think many of the comments that we've received, especially over the last 24 hours, have been very specific. We're hearing from individuals who feel like they're going to be harmed, are currently being harmed. And we have had representation of the natural world that has experienced and will experience harm. And so I guess, again, maybe it's kind of silly to even think about the likelihood that, given the precipitation trends and other things that we're experiencing, that it's going to show that, wow, actually things are better than we thought. That likelihood's probably pretty low. But again, I guess I would just recommend, and I think one of the issues before us is what kind of information do we need between now and a December vote on this, is a little more understanding of sort of the community willingness to embrace some significant reductions, and what options we have for helping those individuals. And I'm thinking particularly of domestic well users who are already dealing with problems and will deal with more if we accept this sort of adaptive management, this bilateral adaptive management approach. And I think, given what we've heard over the last couple of years, more than the last couple of years, it's a serious enough situation that, again, I would recommend now, if we're doing better than we thought we would, let's bank that and bank it for the groundwater and move more towards recovery and not simply with stability, and see if there are ways that we can mitigate the additional harm that may be caused by that to individuals in the basin.
Chair Quims, Commissioner Mall, thanks for the good comments there. And I may ask Tim and Jason to touch a little bit on the discussion that the RAC had over the many meetings around providing certainty to the water users, in addition to some, expectation of how much would be needing to get reduced there. What I will say is that the overall construct of the rules is designed to do a couple things. As Jason said, protect the recharge areas up there through the classification process. But we're also going to be, through the serious water management problem area process, increasing the amount of groundwater use measurement. So that will provide us a high level of certainty with how much water is actually being pumped on an annual basis. And then we can compare and contrast that to the water level changes, again, the physical data that we're measuring out in the field, to see how things are doing. And those information over time will help us understand, in that first 6-year period, how well was the model predicting outcomes? How do 2018 pumping estimates compare to the actual pumping that's occurring on the ground? And then through the adaptive management, what changes need to be made. So we've tried to build in as much real data certainty as we can as well as an adaptive process to adjust. I do hear your comment about banking the good years if water level trends are doing better than we expect. That really is a policy call, and that's really on your shoulders and the shoulders of the other commissioners there. You know, the department has done the best we can with the science and through the RAC process to outline what we believe is the right approach to success in the basin that sort of splits up the pains and gains, if you will, there. But if you think we have missed that mark, that's a policy call that the commission has the ability to make. I want to make sure, and I'm glad we're having this conversation now. If you and other commissioners feel that you would like additional information between now and the September meeting, I can work with our staff to make sure we provide that, to provide some more context around these issues. And again, we want to make sure you have everything in your position following the September meeting to feel comfortable moving towards those final rules drafted before the December adoption date there. So I'll stop there and happy to answer questions, or Tim or Jason, maybe you guys can touch on that certainty issue that the groundwater users were interested in.
Chair Quims, members of the commission, some of the things that we heard from the RAC and community members out there in the basin was, you know, because of the agricultural economy of that basin, it's a very depressed economy, relies almost solely on, well, not solely, it relies in large part on agriculture for the survival of the community. And some of the things we heard were, you know, again, like we've gotten this question today, how do we know how certain the model is? If we go right out of the gate curtailing what we think we need to curtail, as soon as we can curtail it, say in 2028, if the model is wrong and there's more water available or more water available for folks to use, then we have over curtailed and we have hurt the economy more than we need to. Other things that we heard were that you know, a lot of the folks there in the basin were really concerned about just generally the impacts overall on not just the agricultural side of the economy, but also you know, the ancillary benefits to the community through other businesses and things like that were happening. You know, that uncertainty was a big chunk of what we heard from folks. Some of the other things that we had heard about was, what about the effects of the fires recently? You know, there were fires in that area, some very large fires this last season. How is that going to impact the recharge in the basin? There was just a lot of different, you know, concerns about that kind of thing. I'll go ahead and let Tim or Kelly jump on some of that. Anything else that you all heard in the RAC meetings?
Yeah, I think just to add on to that, the only other thing I would add is that we heard distinctly from the water use community that having certainty for a period of time, especially with irrigated alfalfa, allows them to be able to plant a crop and know that they're going to be able to recoup the cost of that crop. We heard anywhere from 5 to 7 years is a good life cycle for an alfalfa crop. And so as we built the adaptive management process, we opted for 6 after testing a couple of different options, and that settled on that as a balance to try to help with mitigate some of those economic impacts and give, you know, farmers some certainty there. So.
Thank you. I think Commissioner Newman had a question.
I just wanted to echo one of the things that Joe said in terms of being prepared to discuss when we do final adoption of these rules, also being prepared to discuss options for assistance to either the domestic well owners or other folks who are experiencing harm. And I recognize that's outside of these rules and could involve, legislation or all kinds of different things. But I think we should be thinking about that as we adopt the rules. And then I just wanted to raise the same question that came to me this morning when we were talking about the irrigation modernization program. There's a component in here of CREP funding potentially available to some of the folks to, fallow for a period of time or retire their water rights entirely. Do we have any indication as to whether that funding is likely to go away at the federal level these days? And then the final thing I want to say is just that I assume Tim and Jason and Kelly are all going to work for the next 30 years, right? So we can make this thing happen.
Chair Quims, Commissioner Newman, great questions. I'll take the last one first. The issue of long-term management that will transcend yet another generation of water managers in that basin is important. And again, we're trying to craft rules and go through this contested case process that will be a very significant undertaking following adoption of the rules to move us in that way. And that would result in an order from the department and the commission that would control groundwater use moving forward. And, the construct of that and the details of that and how clear it is will matter a lot because A, it has impacts, but B, it will take, you see there's about a 24-year implementation plus continued monitoring after that to get it done. I'm not likely to still be here, so others will have to carry that torch. But with respect to a discussion around options for resources to help mitigate impacts in the basin, we can bring to you what tools we have available to us moving forward. Lisa Brown with Water Watch raised the same issue around domestic wells. If we are going to allow this phased in reduction in groundwater use, water levels will go lower before they stabilize. And so how are we going to protect folks that might be suffering from a decreased well yield or their wells going completely dry in that process? And the legislature has provided some money to our statewide well abandonment and recovery program there. And there still remains money in the Harney Well Fund. Both of those have different controls and constraints on them and criteria to qualify. And so we've had some preliminary discussions with Adair and her team about probably needing to seek a legislative fix, but just trying to create a simple pool of resources that can be applied to domestic wells uniformly across the state, but perhaps a portion of that money is specifically earmarked for the Harney Basin, knowing that we've got some issues to deal with there. So I hope that answers your question. Happy for any follow-up there.
Thank you, Director Gull. Commissioner Wolf has a comment or question.
Yeah, in response to Commissioner Mull's sentiment of maybe going a unilateral direction and banking the water, and then relative to your guys' response, do you feel like that not going a bilateral direction, as in if the model is yielding better results than expected, that then most of the RAC meetings would have created a misperception in the department's intention to the water users?
If Chair Quims, Commissioner Wolf, it's a possibility. I cannot speculate on what the RAC's response would have been in those cases, but there is a level of trust that we intended to try to build with the community there, and we certainly didn't come in with that level much trust. And so I think the collaborative effort between us and the RAC really benefited the outcome of the rule language that we have proposed. So I think that is a strong possibility that there would have been, you know, some mistrust there and some hard feelings.
Yeah, that's a good point, Woody, and I'm not insensitive to that. I just, you know, the other thing in the back of my mind, I think it was in the director's report, great water year in the Klamath, ridiculous, great, horrible water year in Malheur with the flooding and things. But I think in the director's report, didn't it point out that with Klamath giving full irrigation this year, the expectation was we were going to see a lot more acres irrigated and just a lot more production. And I think it's something that Rep. Owens, was it last year, maybe even prior, when he was talking about the advice he was giving, I think, to his own family, his own children, about, you know, what's going to be possible in 20 years and what should we be planning for now. And I think the recommendation was, don't expect to be able to do this in 20 years. And I think those are just brutally hard conversations to have with yourself and your family and your local community. And I think that Commissioner Newman's recognition of the CREP program is one of the ways to help financially assist with the adjustments that it seems like are broadly recognized is needed to sort of balance what is just our human nature. When things are good, we're going to go gangbusters and make the most of it. And when things are bad, we're going to wish that things were good. And so this becomes it does become a policy and a value and a, you know, what kind of economic future do you want for your family and your community sort of question. And we certainly don't want to give anybody the sense that what they were negotiating for at the table over the last several years is not taken seriously. At the same time, I don't think we want to kick the can down the road on any of this. And with the kicker, we do that from a budget standpoint in the state, and we suffer because of it across the board. And so let's just be really careful. And in the next 4 months, let's talk about some of those things. I would suggest and sort of test Woody's question. I mean, and play and where would it play out poorly? Again, maybe this is all for naught, because given the long-term trends that we're seeing with precipitation, we're not going to get the recharge, the average recharge. But I do think that in sort of honest conversation with the future, this is something that we have to embrace. We have to think this through. And I appreciate everyone's willingness to do that.
Thank you, Commissioner Mull. I have a few questions on I'm going to go back to the background. Groundwater has declined excessively, greater than 50 feet decline, and that's since from the highest measured point, correct? How far back was that?
Chair Combs, we have some well measurements in the basin that go back to the 1930s. A substantial amount of work was done by USGS in the 60s as well, or late 60s, early 70s. So
I'm just trying to get a good picture of, you know, how long it took us to get into this position, and we're proposing 30 years just to get to stabilization, not even recovery.
Yeah, so in the Leonard paper from, I think that was 1970 when it was published, he was noting that areas around Crane should be watched closely because they were starting to show signs of decline.
And then the changing the duty from 3 to 2.5, is that, and there's some voluntary means like changing cropping, or I imagine those soils are very well drained, going to 2.5 acre feet per acre. Is that allowing for the same crops and just lower productivity or fewer cuts of alfalfa, or is it meaning a change in crops?
Chair Quinn, that's a great question. It's something we discussed with the RAC extensively there. And we believe that if we have an efficient system, and there does seem to be some federal funding out there for upgrades to systems, that you can grow the same crops on about 2.5 acre feet is what we've heard of that basin.
Great, I hope so. Thank you. If there's no other comments or questions, I know we have,
And just a question of when you were looking at the economic impact or the company that you hired to look at it, I mean, from an agricultural user standpoint, the annual cash flow of the crop is very important. But one thing that I haven't seen addressed is the devaluation of the entire property itself relative to the decrease or removal of water in whichever case it may be. So how is that addressed in all of this as moving forward for that area economically? Just a devaluation of the asset, which farmers and ranchers tend to tap into over time when cash flow doesn't keep up in order to survive long term.
Chair Crumbs, Commissioner Wolf, thank you for that question. In our fiscal impact assessment, looking at local governments, we did look into land values decreasing from a class, I think it was a class, I can't remember exactly, but from a higher level land value to a lower level, how that would impact services to local governments. So that's where that information was used, not necessarily an assessment of the agricultural economy.
thank you. No, we had 3 people that were interested in public comment. All were virtual. Are they online? Do you know? There. Okay, I have an order. Representative Mark Owens, Jacob Davis from Donner Blitzen, and then Christopher Hall from the Water League.
Good afternoon, Chair Quemps, members of the commission. Hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can. Great, thank you.
Thanks. Thanks for taking time in your commission hearing and listening, and thanks for the great questions. As you guys know, I've been involved in this process for more than a decade. It's actually what drove me into politics. From the chair of the Groundwater Study Advisory Committee to co-convening place-based planning to becoming a representative. This is taken a lot of my time, and we're closing out a chapter on this conversation. But this conversation, once you guys get through December, really just start impacting my community as we work forward. And I know you guys and gals know that. So I'll start with some of the things that I think are real good and I really appreciate. One, as Jason said, there has been a level of trust developed with this community. We've taken these rules now for almost 3 years. We had to come in, we had to ask you to slow down, we had to ask you to work with us, have some different type of forums for our community to be heard. And in large, that has been successful. Is a good portion of my community still concerned? Yes. Do I still have some concerns? Yes, I do. But the proposals that is in front of you now has come a very, very long ways. When we're looking at phasing in over 24 years, that's very important. That allows this community to adjust. That allows us to work through these things. That allows us to give the credibility to the model. Just 2 years ago, we were looking at full phase-in. By the time the contested case was done, and in my words, it would have bankrupted our community. So this is a phased-in approach that will have trade-offs for ecological, will have trade-offs for economics, but I do believe the department is doing a good job of trying to balance those. So I'm very supportive of the phased-in approach. Adaptive management is key here. Adaptive management, in my opinion, allows us not just to look at the model, but also what else can we change? Can we change uplands? Can we become more efficient? What else can we do to help with this water balance? Can we do some sharing of water? Can we do any artificial recharge? So not just what the model is accurate. Well, can the community come together with our partners of our Forest Service, partners of our tribes, to figure out how to change this balance? So to me, the adaptive management is also very important with the phased-in approach. And I would encourage that we keep it both directions. Because that does give the community hope. It does make us look long range. It does make us hopefully work with partners to figure out a balance as we work through here. Because hopefully there's a trade-off between regulation and changing the water balance. I appreciate the larger sub-areas. I think they're more representative of how the water flows through the basin. I really appreciate the departments, how they're going to allocate the water. They're going to go to wet acres or historical use, which is probably setting the precedence in the state. But I do think it's a good precedence. Because if we went to all total water rights, this is actually a 66% reduction of what's been allocated. A wet water rights, it's the 35 to 36. So if we allocated to non-wet water rights, there'd be far, far more farms that are actually irrigating shut off. So sticking with the wet water rights for the historical use is very important. And also when we look at permits that have not actually been even fulfilled. So we have permit extensions in Hardy Basin that goes to 2037. They don't have any water on them. They haven't had any water on them in the period of 2000 to 2024. In my opinion, they shouldn't be allocated water. Because if they are allocated water, you're rewarding somebody for water speculation and not actually water use. So that's important. When we look at corners of the pivots that haven't been irrigated for 5 years, in my opinion too, they should be dried up. We look at the 2.5 acre feet as a total duty. Chair Quince, I grow all my alfalfa under 2.5 acre feet. My opinion, if you're using anything besides surface water, that is any type of pressurized system, you can go a full economic value of any crop you want to grow in Hardy Basin at 2.5 acre feet. If we allowed an allocation of 3 acre foot, we'd drive 17% more of the farms. Our goal in this community is to try to keep as many farms as we can while working towards a mutual goal. So I really do appreciate how the department is looking and going out maybe on a limb on how they're going to allocate this water. All right, some of the things that maybe are, I'm kind of adapting here, some of the policy decisions that are going to be on you guys and gals. We talked, or I heard Commissioner Mole say a few things, and I heard a few others. I just work through this. These rules and the policy decisions that you guys will make in December will be more restrictive on this basin than any other basin ever in the state of Oregon. When we talk about hydraulically connected, we talk about different areas where you've seen wells that have dropped 50 foot. We have sub areas that have not done that. We have sub areas where the average decline is 3 to 4 foot. And when you impose these rules, the model will show another 5 foot of decline. So ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about a total of 8 foot decline in some of these sub areas that are proposed to reduce 39% of the use. That's a policy decision. 8 to 9 total feet of decline with a 39% reduction. Your groundwater allocation rules, which I celebrate with you, that you did just last September. Look back to those rules. Remember what the policy decision is that you agreed on there. 25 foot, less than 3 feet a year, you're still allocating water. In Hardy Basin, you're making recommendations for a 39% reduction for a total reduced groundwater level of 9 feet in some areas. So there's some policy decisions being made here that are going to be tough for this community. We look at the domestic wells. I don't want to see more domestic wells go dry. I think in the models that we just saw, it says 100 or so domestic wells go dry. Eco Northwest economic analysis of when full implementation of this occurs is a loss of 364 jobs. Over 3 jobs per loss per domestic well going dry. It's not a fair evaluation, I know, but employment in Harney County in 2023 was 2,569. So when this is implemented, 14% of our jobs will be lost. So there is already a trade-off going here for the economy to the ecology. That's going to be tough. We have decided, the department decided to recommend to you durable stability instead of reasonably stable. I would like to see stability. I do. But in these sub areas, 3 of them in particular, Lower Don and Blitzen, Sylvia's and Silver Creek, that have not had a well that tried dropped over 50 foot, has only dropped a couple feet and only projected to drop a couple more feet, like the example I just gave of Lower Don and Blitzen. If we had a little bit more flexibility here, or maybe you give them a 6-year grace period before you propose any reduction, maybe the water level would go down that much more by 2058. But maybe we'd give them time to enter voluntary agreement. Maybe we'd give those communities the time to work through something that would be a non-regulatory approach. So as you work through this, there are some policy decisions that you're aware of that are going to be tough for everybody here. I'll just finish up, and I appreciate the time. Is we've heard some off and on for the last year about the CREP program. CREP program is going to be important for this community, but also please remember there's some limitations on the amount of acres that you can enroll in CREP. You can only enroll 150 acres per person. So CREP is not going to replace the economic impact that this does have to our community. And it was asked by, I can't think Commissioner Newman or Commissioner Lee. I mean, we don't know what the federal funding is going to maintain for CREP. I'll just leave it at that. Yeah, you guys want more information with the department in the next 4 months? Please do. Give me a call. Come on out to the farm. Let's travel around Harney Basin in the next 4 months. I'll take you to some domestic users. I'll take you to some irrigators. I'll take you to some communities. I'd enjoy it. So thank you for your time and thank you for your attention to this matter.
Thank you for your comments. Any questions or comments for Representative Owens?
Just a big thank you to you, Mark, for continuing on with this after so long.
Thanks.
Real work.
Okay, next I think we have Jacob Davis. Why don't we go to Chris Hall from the Water League for now and see if Jacob rejoins. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Chair Quams, Vice Chair Smitherman, and Water Resource Commissioners, thank you very much for this opportunity to provide public comment. I really appreciate all that you do. I'm here to restate what I have said once before. I don't think it can be said enough. The work that the Water Resources Department has done on this process has been above reproach. I am astonished by the level of professionalism and the competence that their staff in this particular area has shown in regards to dealing with what is probably one of the most difficult political situations I've ever seen. I cut my teeth in politics in downtown redevelopment politics in San Diego. And if you ever wanted to sit in the middle of a room of gangsters, that's where you head. And this process has been fraught like few others. The tragedy of the Commons is no better described than here in the Harney Basin. And yet the staff has had to work through that in a way that I never really thought was going to be possible. I'm here to tell you that I am hardly content with the concessions that have been made that strongly look to harm the future. Like the future is not here to stand up for itself. So when we talk about economic harms, we're not talking about the economic harms to the future. We're just kind of focusing on what's happening in the present. And yet when we save a gallon today, we are saving a gallon tomorrow. And I think that most people understand that water use curtailment really is in the service of the future. And that really what's being asked is that the present step out of themselves and think about the future, at least to the extent that they can beyond themselves. And so as somebody who is hardly content with the outcome, I am more than happy to accept it because I know that this was a best case scenario really for the entire circumstance. And while Water League is going to provide extensive comments, public comments, I just want you to know that for whatever it matters, our views are that this situation, I don't believe could have been handled better. And we acknowledge that there are a lot of people who just want to jump on the content about everything, but they don't look at the process. And Water League is in this year and the subsequent year is going to be really very carefully looking at the process by how things are happening and letting other people fight over the content. And that's kind of where we're going to be focusing a lot of our attention. And that's why I am here today speaking as I am. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris, and thank you for your evaluation of the staff's work and dedication and the quality of that work. Appreciate the comments. Are there any questions or comments for Chris? If not, we'll go to Jacob Davis, please.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we
All
can.
right. All right, thanks. Sorry, I had a microphone issue on the last go around. Anyway, Mark Owens, I really appreciate all he's done. He hit the nail right on the head with what he just said. I'm a third generation farmer in the Donner Blitz, and my grandpa come in the 50s, and my dad, he was raised here, and now I have 4 kids, and I want to pass something down to my kids. I don't know where they got some of their information. Ever since I drilled my wells in 2012, I have not dropped I've dropped 5 feet from 2012 until now over the drought years, but then this year it raised up a foot. So I don't understand why you guys want to cut us back 36%. But you'll allow other people to buy water rights in other sub areas and transfer them into our own backyard. I mean, I didn't agree with any of that either. I think you guys do need to come out here and come meet a lot of us and look us in the eye, because this is our livelihood. This is going to devastate 95-96% of the people here in Harney County. And that's all I know.
Thank you for your comments. Are there any questions or comments for Jacob Davis, please?
Just a thank you. Thank you for signing on and for the letter you wrote as well.
Okay. You guys have anything else to add to your report at this time? Okay, thank you. It's a great report. As Chris said, very, very complex, challenging issue, and you're doing great work, and I know we all appreciate it very much, so thank you.
Thank you.
We have about a little bit of time left. I was thinking maybe we could get through the meeting minutes today. So that's agenda item K. Did commissioners have any comments or questions about the meeting minutes of the March 2025 meeting? Commissioner Newman?
I was just going to move to approve.
Okay, so moved.
I second.
Second by Commissioner Kahara. Commissioner Lee,
Yes.
Vice Chair Smitherman,
Yes.
Commissioner Mall,
Yes.
Commissioner Newman,
Yes.
Commissioner Kahara,
Yes.
Commissioner Wolf,
Yes.
and I also vote yes, so that passes. Thank you very much. And I think that's all we can cram into today. We did get some extra agenda items covered, and we'll reconvene in the morning at 8:00 and hear some reports from Chris Coitz. So thank you. We'll convene for today.